You know, I want him to correct something that I think he misused Bronco and Bentley yesterday. So, OJ, you want to?
I may have inadvertently, as we were going through the B's and B's, Bronco and Bentley, at once or twice, possibly, I don't recall, but my lawyers tell me that maybe once or twice I might have said Bronco when I meant Bentley and Bentley when I meant Bronco.
Can you remember when that occurred?
No, I can't.
What did your lawyers tell you about when you may have misused Bronco and Bentley?
Well, he's not going to tell you what we told him, Mr. Petrocelli.
Well, based on what they said to you, can you tell us where you think you may have misused Bronco and Bentley without going into your conversation with them?
Well, that's the same thing. That's by another means trying to break into the attorney-client privilege, and I'm not going to allow him to do that. But you can ask him what areas.
Since you've opened it up, I need to follow up on this to make sure we have a complete understanding of your testimony, and I don't want to have to go through.
I'll tell you where I thought he misspoke.
I went through.
And that was where he was talking about the cell phone conversation with Barbieri, and he said Bentley once and Bronco once and Bentley another time.
As I understood your testimony yesterday, you made a cell phone call to Paulo Barbieri when you got out of the garage at or near the location of the Bentley, and when you completed that call, you either put the cell phone in your pocket or near the trunk of the Bentley. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have a clearer understanding as to what you did with that cell phone when you completed the call?
Obviously, I took it with me, so since I was swinging the club, I assume it was in my pocket.
Did you do any preparation for today's session, Mr. Simpson?
Absolutely none.
Read anything?
Absolutely nothing.
Did you watch television, pick up any pointers?
You don't have to answer that. It's a good question, but he's not going to answer
Okay. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the alarm system at your house in June of 1994.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell us whether you had an alarm system?
Yes.
And did the alarm system work with respect to the Ashford and Rockingham gates?
No.
It worked with respect to the exterior doors of the residence, correct?
Yes.
It was a Westech system?
Yes.
Is this a system where you could activate or deactivate the alarm through a remote location or device such as a telephone?
No.
What were the ways in which you could activate the alarm at the house in June of 1994?
There's a pad in my bedroom. There's a pad in my upstairs hall. There's a pad inside and outside the front door. There's a pad inside and outside the laundry door.
Inside and outside laundry door?
Yeah.
It's a great time.
It is nice. Is the outside of the laundry door the exterior of the property?
No, it's in the garage.
Okay, so when you go into the garage from the driveway, if you were to enter the garage and then go out the door that leads into the residence, you go right into the laundry room?
Yes.
And in the garage, on the outside of that laundry room door is a pad?
That's correct.
And on the inside is a pad?
That's correct.
Now, when you enter the residence, are you in the alarm, and let's assume the alarm is on, are you required to deactivate the alarm from the outside pad?
Yes.
And if you deactivate the alarm from the outside pad and then you open the door and enter, is the alarm off now?
Yes.
Okay. If you were not to deactivate the alarm from the outside pad but enter the residence anyway, could you then deactivate it from an inside pad?
Yes.
And is there a delay of a certain interval of time before the alarm will start ringing?
I don't believe so.
So if you fail to punch in the code on the pad and you open the door, what happens?
The alarm goes off.
And what does that mean? Bells ring? Whistle
alarm,
sound?
An alarm goes off.
And does it ring over to the West Tech security place as well?
Yes.
In the police department?
I don't think so.
Okay. Who, by the way, the way you just described the system, that's how it functioned in June of 1994, correct?
Yes.
It hasn't changed, has it?
Yeah. Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Did you have the code in June of 1994?
Yes.
Or was it like a 4-digit code?
Yes.
Okay. And who else had that code, to your knowledge?
My family, my immediate family, Arnell and Jason, my housekeeper.
Names?
Well, I'm Gigi, Michelle possibly, Nicole, AC, and I don't know after that.
Were there doors that one could, let's assume the alarm was on. Were there doors that people could go in and out of the house through that would not activate the alarm?
Yes.
Okay. Which doors were those?
The ones that came from the guest house into the house. And I don't know, I have some window doors. I don't know if they were on the alarm at the time. And I don't think any of the windows were on the alarm at that time.
How many guest houses were on the property? 1?
3.
3. Now, does each of those guest houses have a door that goes into the main residence?
No, just one.
Just one. And who was in that guest house at the time?
Cato.
Cato. Did Cato also have a door that went out to the exterior of the property?
Yes.
Okay. And was that door on the alarm?
To the exterior of the property, no.
Okay. So Cato could come into his guest house by getting into this exterior door that went directly into his guest house. Even if the alarm was on, it would not go off, correct?
It depends. It was an alarm there too. I missed that one. It depends if it was engaged or not.
Oh, Cato's exterior door had an alarm on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there a keypad in and outside of his door?
Yeah. No, just outside of his door.
So when Cato, if the alarm were on and Cato were coming home, let's say you were out of town, he would have to punch the code in order to get in, right?
Well, he didn't know the code, but if he had known the code, he would have had to do that.
Is this the same, is it on the same code as the rest of the house?
Yes.
So when you were out of town and Kaylin was staying there, the alarm was never on?
He didn't have access to my house. I don't know if the alarm was on because the housekeeper was there, but he didn't have unlimited access into my home.
So he would go into the guest house, right?
Yes.
And his normal routine was to enter through this exterior door?
Yes.
And was he, based on your ground rules with him, was he permitted to go into the interior of the house from his guest house?
Unless somebody invited him in.
What if no one invited him?
He wasn't supposed to go in. And the door was always locked. There's 2 doors actually, and both of them were always locked.
Did he have the key to unlock those doors?
No.
Now, you said yesterday there was a single key to key to all the doors on the property.
No, I had a single key to all the doors on the property.
But that key also worked on Kaylin's lock, too.
Yes.
And he had a key, right?
Yes.
So he could have used that key to access any lock on the property, right?
That's incorrect.
Why is that incorrect?
Because he couldn't.
Is it because he didn't have permission?
No.
I'm confused. I'm not understanding your testimony. If his lock was keyed the same as all the other locks and he had a key.
I didn't say that. You
Okay.
said that.
So his lock was keyed differently. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
The exterior door.
Yes.
And the interior doors he did not have the key to, right?
Correct.
And he couldn't open those doors from the inside of his room to get into the residence. Is that right?
Correct.
They could be locked on the other side of the door, right?
Correct.
Okay. So is his door, his exterior door, the only door that was keyed differently from the rest of the property?
No.
What other doors?
Most of them.
Most of the other doors
Yeah, in my house.
were keyed differently?
Yeah, different keys for different things.
Okay, then I must have misunderstood your testimony yesterday because I thought you told me that there was a single.
God, he's got a
key.
master key. Come on, let's get it.
Is that what it is, a master key?
That's correct.
Okay, well, see, I don't have a master key, but that's a good idea, Mr. Baker. I have like 7 keys from my house. So you have a master key, and there are a bunch of different keys.
Yes.
Okay, and who has the master key?
Me and the housekeeper.
And Arnell?
No.
Did Nicole have one?
She wasn't supposed to have one.
Okay. So bottom line here is Kalen could only get into his room and no other room.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if let me go back again. If the alarm was on in the rest of the house, unbeknownst to Kalen, and Kalen entered his room through the key, through the exterior door, would the alarm go off?
If the alarm was on, yes.
Okay. Was it your practice when you were out of town to have the alarm set?
It was my practice when I was out of town to have someone at my house.
If you were to, your housekeeper, did she work weekends?
No, not generally.
So if you were going to be out of town on weekends, would the alarm be set?
Should be, yes.
And how would Kalen deal with the setting of the alarm if he's going in and out of the house on weekends?
As I told you before, he wasn't supposed to be going in and out of the house on weekends.
Well, what if he went in and out of his guest room and the alarm were activated on the property? And nobody else was home, like your housekeeper, would the alarm be going on and off when Kalen's entering his guest room?
No.
And why is that?
Because, as I told you, his exterior door to his guest room is not on the alarm.
Okay, just the interior door.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you didn't have anybody at home, excuse me, there were no housekeepers on duty on Saturday and Sunday, June 11 and June 12, correct?
Correct.
And the housekeeper was coming the next morning on Monday?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And she had the code, right?
Yes.
Okay. Whenever you leave town and the housekeeper isn't home, do you, and no one else is home, do you always set the alarm?
Well, I try to. If I'm thinking about it, I definitely do, yes.
And you set the alarm after you close the front door? From
Not
the outdoor
always.
key pad?
Not always. Sometimes as I'm going out the front door.
Can you set the alarm from the inside of the house and then go to the front door, open it, and leave without the alarm going off?
Correct.
Is there a delay from the moment you set it until it becomes activated?
Yes, there is.
How long is that delay?
I don't know.
Did you set the alarm on the evening of June 12th before you went into the limousine?
No.
Why not?
Because Cato was looking for a flashlight, or I thought he would continue to look for a flashlight.
And you left him in the residence, in other words?
Well, he was at the front door. When I walked out, he was behind me, and I got in the limo. And I said, well, look and see if you can find a flashlight.
Now, your understanding was that Kalen would, when he was finished, close the front door and go back to his room, right?
Yes, yes.
Through the outside of the property, right?
Well, yes, or through the inside. Well, yes, through the outside, because he couldn't lock the back door, yes.
And did you ask Kalen to set the alarm for you?
No. I think I told him I would call and give him the code. At one point, we were talking about the code, but I had to leave, and I called him and gave him the code.
And from where did you call him?
I think the airport.
From a payphone?
Yes.
At the gate?
Yes.
At American Airlines?
Yes.
What gate number, do you remember?
No.
Is that the first time you had ever given Cato Kalen the code to your alarm?
I believe so, yes.
Is that the first time Cato Kalen, you had asked Cato Kalen to set the alarm for you?
Yes.
Did Cato say to you that he would do as you requested?
Yes.
And do you know whether he did?
No.
Did he tell you that he wasn't comfortable receiving the code or doing the alarm?
No.
Did he tell you that he didn't have confidence that he could properly activate the alarm?
No.
Did you explain to him how to do it?
Yes.
What it involves? Punching in some numbers?
Yes.
And that's all, right?
Yes.
Okay. If the alarm is on and you're inside the home, does the alarm go off? There's any motion detector?
There is one, yes.
Where is that located?
I would prefer not to say.
Was it, where was it located in June of 1994?
I would prefer not to say.
Could you please tell us?
No.
I'll give you that information, and he can write it on a piece of paper. Is that fair enough for you?
For now, yes.
Okay. Just write it down later.
Just so I'm clear, you have only one location in the whole residence that
That's
is
correct.
subject to a motion detector, and when you activate the alarm, the motion detector goes on, right?
Pardon me?
When you set the alarm, that also activates the motion detector, correct?
No.
You have to also set the motion detector?
Yes.
And how does, can you do that from any of the keypads?
No.
How do you set the motion detector?
By a pad that's upstairs in my upstairs hall.
You did give me a description of that pad before when you said you had one in your bedroom and one upstairs. Is that the
Yeah.
upstairs one?
Yes.
Is it a second pad next to the other pad for the doors?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the only pad that activates a motion detector, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how large of an area that motion detector covers?
Oh, a relatively large area, yes.
Would it cover the would it cover the kitchen?
Well,
I'm not going to talk about that. I've already had to spend a fortune changing my alarms, but talking about my alarm system in court.
Have you changed it since the court
Yes.
case?
Yes. Made it better.
Well, I'm only interested in what it was at the time.
Well, some things are in the same place.
And somebody else was one of the two.
Did you have Mr. Kalin withdrawn? Did you activate the motion detector before you left the premises?
No.
Did you ask Mr. Kalin to do so?
No.
You only told him to do the
Door.
doors, correct?
Yes.
Now, why on this one occasion for the first time ever did you ask Cato Kalin to activate the alarm?
Because on this one occasion, for the first time ever, Cato was, as far as I know, present when I was leaving and concerned about something around the house. Since he was there, I told him to look for a flashlight, investigate whatever he was investigating, and put my alarm on.
What were you concerned about what Cato Kalin was describing to you?
Not really, but he seemed to be concerned.
You were not concerned.
Not really, but he
Why-
seemed to be concerned.
Why were you not concerned?
Because I had to go, I was concerned about making my flight.
He told you that there were some noises and maybe he felt an earthquake, right?
Yes.
And he wanted a flashlight to go investigate who might be in the property, correct?
Correct.
And you were not concerned that there might be somebody there?
Well, my alarm goes off many times. I am a person who get up in the middle of the night every night and walk around my house. I hear noises all the time. If he was concerned, he could look and put on my alarm when he left.
You, did he describe the noises to you?
As I told you before, no.
Well, when you saw Kalin for the first time, when you came downstairs after you completed getting dressed, brought your Louis Vuitton bag and went out to the front entryway.
Wait a minute, but
That's
we've been through
incorrect.
that sequence about 10 times. And
I'm not going to go through that sequence. I'm trying to establish his conversations with Kalin, and I did not.
Ask him.
Well, I want to make sure, though, in point of time, that we're talking about the same time.
Well,
Okay, is that correct that you first spoke to Kalin at that point in time?
No, that's not correct.
When did you first speak to Kalin?
I believe it's at 2 o'clock that day.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only talking about the evening of June 12th.
after they get back from McDonald's?
Exactly. Okay. Now, my question is, after you got back from McDonald's, you saw Kalin for the first time when you came down finally from your bedroom with your bags packed, dropped them in the entryway. Then you saw Kalin, correct?
I saw him, yes, right. An hour or so, I saw him when we had come back from McDonald's. Then the next time I saw him, I was about to leave, about an hour later or so.
Okay, I didn't understand what you just said. An hour or so after you came back from McDonald's, you saw him.
Yeah, whatever, yeah, when I was about to leave.
The time that I just described to you is about an hour or so after you came back from McDonald's. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, roughly, yes.
Okay, so you left around 11 o'clock, so you're saying you came back from McDonald's around 10 o'clock.
I didn't say anything. We got back from McDonald's at whatever time we got back from McDonald's, and an hour or so after that, I was leaving, and I saw Cato.
But you were leaving around 11 o'clock p.m., correct?
Correct.
So you came back from McDonald's around 10 o'clock p.m., correct?
Maybe a little earlier than 10 o'clock p.m. I
How
wasn't
early?
keeping time at the time. I was not paying attention to the time at the time to that extent. All I know is I told Cato I'd be leaving and the limo would be here in about an hour. I do recall us having that conversation when we got back from McDonald's. So an hour or so after, Cato was there, and I saw him when I was trying to leave.
And I'm trying to fix precisely the point in time that you saw him an hour or so after you came back from McDonald's. And
Okay.
my question
I
to
thought
you
we
is,
fixed that yesterday.
Let's just,
my question to you is, you saw him for the first time an hour or so after McDonald's when you came down ready to leave.
Correct.
Now, you were in the entryway, and where was Kaylin?
we have been through this.
I
We
have
been
not-
th- Yes,
I
you
have
have.
not-
You went
Mr.
through it yesterday.
Mr. Baker, I
Yes,
have
you
not-
did. And you talked about it, and he told you he was over in the garage, and you went through it in excruciating detail.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did, and we're not going to go through it again.
I'm going to have to ask him some questions about his conversations with Kaylin.
You have asked him about every conversation he had with Kaylin after, when he came down out of his house that night. We're not going to go through that again.
You know, it's just going to prolong this, that's all.
Well, you're not going to try to trip him up by asking him the same question 15 times. That's not appropriate conduct at this deposition.
I'm trying to get the truth. I'm not trying to trip him up. If he's telling the truth, he won't be tripped up.
Well, I don't need a lecture from you
Well,
about what
but
the
you know,
truth is and about anything
I don't need to
else.
listen to pejorative
Well,
descriptions of what I'm doing.
Pull it up. Let's see what
I'm
he
not
talked about
interested in
yesterday.
pulling it up.
Well, I don't care what you're interested
Okay.
in. Pull it up. He's not going to answer
Why-
another question until we pull it
You
up.
can pull it up. I'm going to attach the next exhibit in order, okay?
Pull it up. Let's see what he asked about yesterday.
I intend to pursue conversations
Yeah.
with Kaylin right now. Can you attach this as Exhibit 27, and this is Exhibit 28, okay? Whatever you want.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's 27. Here, Mr. Baker. This is Exhibit 28.
I'm sorry, 28?
Yeah, 27 and 28. The smaller one is 28, okay?
What's the time on that?
Page 268.
Okay. You have before you Exhibit 27, Mr. Simpson.
Correct.
And Exhibit 28. You can look at them together. These are sketches of the Rockingham property. Do you see that?
Right.
Okay. When you came downstairs for the last time to leave, and you saw Kaylin for the first time, I want you to point out on either one of these, whichever one you think is better, where Kaylin was and where you were.
I was here, outside of what you call an entry, I call a foyer, but this area here, which I would call entry, and he was somewhere in this area here.
Okay, I'm going to put an OJS where you were, correct?
Mhm.
And Kaylin was where?
Somewhere over here. He was moving around, but somewhere over here.
Right around there?
Yeah, in that area.
Okay, I'll put a K there. And that's when
He
he...
was he was on the front of the limo, which was straddling this.
Okay, I'll
He
tell
was the
you,
front portion of the limo, but he was moving around,
where was the limo?
straddling right where it says there. Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And where, were there any other cars parked there?
Yeah, my Bentley. It's
Right
parked
in this little
Yeah.
area here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put Bentley. See that?
Mhm.
And can you spot the Bronco for us?
It would be out here.
Right here? Just
Yeah.
North of the
Yeah,
gate?
north of the gate at some point. Yeah.
Okay, were there any other? You had said yesterday that you took a walk from the Rockingham to the Ashford gate with the dog. Were there any other cars parked on Rockingham or Ashford when you took that walk?
Not that I noticed.
Okay.
I'm sure Cato's car must have been there, but I didn't notice it.
You didn't see it? Okay. What kind of car did he have then?
I don't know. Maybe it was a Datsun or something like that. I
Okay.
don't know.
Excuse me. Now, where was Mr. Park, by the way, when you first spotted Kaylin?
I don't know,
Was
somewhere around the limo.
Okay, out of the car.
Yes.
Okay. Let the record reflect that we've made notations on, I guess, Exhibit 28, correct?
Pardon me?
This is Exhibit 28 on which we've made these notations.
Yes.
Sure, definitely not to scale.
I don't represent that this is to scale. Now, when you first spotted Kaylin and you guys were talking, did he then, at some point, and with you, go into the kitchen?
Later on, yes.
When you say later on, was that after you went out to, as you testified yesterday, the Bronco?
Correct.
Okay. And when you went out to the Bronco to get, I think you said, the cell phone case and the windbreaker, when you were doing that, where was Kaylin? Do you know?
No, I didn't see him, but I assume he was. I can hear him at one point. He was talking to me as I went out.
Did he go up with you?
No, and I don't know if he was talking to Limo. I just heard him talking as I went out, but I really wasn't focusing on what he was saying. And so he was behind me talking.
And then when you came back,
Just describe, the witness made a circular motion with his finger just north of the
You're on
phone.
videotape. I mean,
Yeah, we're also making a written transcript, it's bigger.
What do you want me to describe?
I just want to make sure the record reflects what you're doing.
Okay.
when you came back from the Bronco and you testified yesterday, you dropped your items off at the front entryway and then went into the kitchen. Kaylin go with you?
Yes, I think he went before me.
He was in the house already?
Yeah, we were talking when I came back.
You were talking for a bit?
Yeah, but we were moving. I couldn't stand in front of him like you and I are talking. I was doing what I was doing, and he was talking to me as we were doing it. And at this point in here, I was talking about going this way and him going the other way, and that's when, I think that's the first time I heard about a flashlight, was when I came back.
From the Bronco?
Yeah, and I remember asking the limo, I said, ask the limo driver, and I think he said,
I said, ask the limo driver?
yeah, I said, does the limo driver have one? I believe, or words to that effect.
Meaning a flashlight?
Yes, and he says no, and he may have showed me this little pin flashlight he had, and I said, well, look in the cupboard in the kitchen. There might be one, and that's when I went to my bag, and I think I had a quick conversation with Park about my golf bag, and at that point, Cato was still talking, and I went into the kitchen.
Okay. At no point during this whole encounter with Kaylin outside the property did you ever sort of stand face to face, stop, and talk, correct?
Not really, no.
You're moving around all the time.
Yeah.
Now, when you went into the kitchen, did you have a face-to-face
No, he was,
conversation?
I think he was looking in the cupboard.
And you were getting a drink of water, right?
Yeah, I was talking to him. I went and got water, came back, and was just talking to him about look there, and I didn't know where else to look for a flashlight.
And you didn't give him the alarm code at that time, right?
No, I think he was walking behind me as we went out, and I think I was discussing well, look for a flashlight, and the alarm is whatever, and I said, and he was being Cato, and I said, you know, I think I said I'll call you or something, but I know I'd said, well, look for the flashlight, and I just went and got in the limo.
When the alarm is activated and you're entering the property, entering the door to the house, can you tell that the alarm is on?
Yes.
On all exterior doors?
Not all exterior doors that there are a pad on and stuff, yes.
Okay. Was there a pad outside Arnell's door?
No.
Now, if Arnell came home later that evening and the alarm had been set by Cato, would the alarm have gone off when she opened her door?
Unless she disengaged it, no, it wouldn't have.
And why is that?
Because there's no alarm on her door.
On the exterior door of her guest room, there is no alarm?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the only exterior room, not plus Cato's, not subject to an alarm?
No, and the other room is not subject to alarm. All the exterior rooms are not subject to alarm,
Okay.
or were not subject to alarm.
The 3 exterior guest rooms, correct?
Yes.
Now, if from Arnell's room, when she enters her room, and can she go directly from her room to the inside of the home through an
No.
interior door?
No.
Okay, she has to. That's a freestanding room.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what you mean by freestanding.
Well, what I want to know is, does she have another room that leads into the residence?
Okay,
Can you
he's
understand
answered that.
The answer is no,
The
correct?
room that she was staying in at the time does not lead into the residence.
So if Arnell wanted to access the residence and the alarm were on, would she at all times be aware of that?
I would hope so, yes.
And she'd have to look at the keypad and see that it was on, right?
Yes.
Is there a light?
Yes,
And she had the code.
yes.
Okay. Now, when earlier yesterday you had talked about where the luggage was placed, and I just want to make sure I understand. On this entryway area, there are benches on either side.
Yes,
Where I'm going to put these X's, there are benches, right?
yes,
And you testified yesterday that you had laid the golf clubs in the golf cover bag on one of the benches. Which bench?
originally the southern bench.
Which one is that,
This
Mr.
one.
Simpson? This one over here?
Yes,
Okay. The southern bench. And then you came down, now did you move that to the northern bench at some point?
No.
Okay. And you also testified at some point when you were half dressed, you came down and dropped the suit bag on this golf bag, correct?
I don't know if it was on it, but
Or near
in
it?
the same place, yeah.
On also the south bench?
No, because I took the golf bag off the bench at that time and threw it down on the ground.
Oh. When you brought the suit bag down, you put this golf bag on the floor
Yes.
and then put the suit bag on the south bench?
No, I don't know. I may have just, I may have put the suit bag down when I started going through the golf bag.
Okay. The Bentley was...
We've gone through this whole thing
Yeah, I'm
yesterday,
not-
and I'll pull it up, and because this is getting ridiculous to sit here, and when we're going to have our argument on Friday about ending the depot, we're going to pull this all back up for the judge when we go back and talk to him.
The Bentley was facing Rockingham?
Yes.
Okay. And yesterday you testified about leaving the white golf ball bag and another bluish bag. And did you leave that behind the Bentley or in front of the Bentley?
Behind the Bentley.
Okay. Yesterday you testified about chipping the golf balls. And
Yes.
I wanted to know whether using either one of these you could point to the area where you were doing the golf ball hitting.
Right about in here. Yeah, the lower part. Yeah.
I'll put an X with a circle on it, right there? Okay. And this, you talked about a big tree. Was that the tree right here?
Really,
This tree near Ashford, right? I'll put a T there. And the golf balls you were hitting over the tree where the T is on. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Did you tell Cato Kalin to call the police
No,
or West Tech?
no,
Did you say anything to him about talking to Arnell?
no. Arnell wasn't home.
When she got home, I meant.
No,
Did you take what Cato's concerns seriously?
not really,
Why not?
because I didn't.
He's already answered that.
Because he was Cato, right?
No, you
because
answered,
here in,
don't. You answered it once, and that's enough.
When Kalin told you that he'd heard these noises, did he say at what time he heard them?
no,
Did he tell you whether he just heard them or heard them earlier in the day?
I assumed it had relatively just happened. Just an assumption on my part.
Based on the way he was explaining it to you?
Based on that he had mentioned it to me earlier in the day.
That he had not mentioned
Had
it?
not mentioned it to me earlier in the day.
But as best as you can recall, he didn't tell you when it happened?
No.
Doesn't make sense if he didn't. Since you didn't take his concern seriously, why did you give him access to your house when you were leaving?
Because he seemed concerned. You know, because I wanted him to find a flashlight and look around, if that's what he wanted to do.
And when you called him from the airport to give him the security code, did you discuss with him whether he had investigated the situation?
I may have. I may have said, did you find a flashlight? I believe he said no.
Did you ask him if he had looked for people on the property or had investigated the sounds and noises that had concerned him?
I may have said, is everything all right? And I'm assuming he said yes. I don't recall specifically. And then I said, did you set the alarm? And he said, yes. That was that.
Wasn't it in this call that you had given him the code?
Yes.
So when you said, did you set the alarm, how was he supposed to have set the alarm?
Well, I
if
asked
he
him
didn't
to set the
Excuse
alarm.
me, if he didn't have the code.
Well, I was then telling him to set the alarm. So he said he would set the alarm.
So you didn't say, did you set the alarm?
No.
You asked him to set the
To
alarm.
set the alarm. Yeah.
And I don't want you to assume anything, so I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Do you recall asking him what had happened with his concern about hearing noises?
I do recall asking him, was everything okay?
And tell me what he said to the best of your recollection.
Well, you don't want me to assume, so I
No, don't
can't.
assume anything.
So I can't.
You don't recall.
I don't recall, but
Okay.
no.
Okay. At any time before you got on that airplane, did you consolidate any of your luggage?
Yes,
When did you do that?
when we got to the airport.
Did you do that at the where the limo driver pulled up to get the sky cap?
Yes.
What did you consolidate into what?
I put my balls in my golf bag, and I took balls, and I think I took the windbreaker and put it in my golf bag.
Let me back up a bit. You had this bluish bag, right? Which
Correct.
had the windbreaker and the new Maxfly 100s.
Yes.
You took that bag and put it in what?
The golf
He
bag.
didn't testify that they were new Maxfly 100s.
He testified they were not scuffed.
There is a difference,
Okay.
isn't there?
Okay. I wouldn't know that.
Look at
difference.
you. Of course they're Bilotis.
I wouldn't know that difference. Anyway, tell me, did you take that bag with the Maxfly 100s and the windbreaker and put it into another bag?
Yes.
What bag did you put it into?
My golf bag.
Opened up the golf cover bag and put it in.
Yes.
Didn't put it into the golf bag itself, correct?
I may have put the balls in the golf bag. I may have put it in the golf bag. I'm not sure about that.
You took the balls out, you think?
I think so.
And you left that other bag, the bluish bag, in the golf
Yeah.
cover bag,
Yes.
not the golf bag itself, correct?
Correct.
And did you take the windbreaker out?
I'm not sure.
Now, you already had another windbreaker, correct?
No, I had a jacketed. I call it a windbreaker, which you saw, but it was a wet coat. But it's different type though.
That's the one you got from the Bronco, right?
Yes.
And were you carrying that?
I believe so. If I hadn't put it in my suit bag, I was carrying it, one or the other.
Okay. So where did you do this consolidation of the luggage while the luggage was in the trunk?
No, I had taken it out of the trunk, and while I was standing out of the trunk, and some guys were asking me for an autograph standing there, and I was doing it while they were standing there talking to me.
Out of the trunk on the
On the ground, yes.
Okay. And did you do any other luggage consolidation?
No.
What bags did you check with the sky cap, and what did you carry onto the plane?
The Louis Vuitton bag and the golf clubs I checked, and I carried my suit bag and my grip.
And how much did you tip the sky cap?
He said he only had $10 change, so he ended up with a $10 tip.
You gave him a 20?
Yes,
He gave you 10 back?
but he promised me he'd get my clubs on the car,
On the plane?
on the plane, yeah.
When you left that limo, you paid park too,
No, I told him to put 20% on the bill.
and you signed it?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. You know, I normally don't.
Did you use a credit card?
No,
He just billed you, right?
I believe so, yes.
And when you left the limo area, what did you do then?
Went to the plane.
Went directly in the doors and up to the gate?
Yes.
Did you stop at any trash containers or
No.
receptacles?
No,
Not at all?
none at all.
Did you stop to throw anything away?
No.
Did you stop to rest any luggage on there in order to rearrange yourself or anything like that?
It's a possibility.
When you say that's a possibility, give me your best recollection of whether you did that or not.
If you have a recollection.
I don't have a recollection. I just know that it wouldn't be unusual to stand by the ticket counter, put my bag on something, because I know he had people in front of him that he was dealing with, and I was beside him, and I might have put my bag either down on or something to get my tickets out for him to give me my baggage claim.
This is outside, you mean?
Yes.
Where the baggage guy works behind that counter?
Yes.
So you think you stopped there and rested your
Well, I
luggage?
know I stopped there, and I know I went into my bag to get my ticket for him to, do what he had to do. So I know that took place there. So if there was a garbage there, I could have been around the garbage there.
Do you remember putting a bag on the garbage?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody besides the sky cap and the limo driver?
Everybody who spoke to me, I talked to.
Who spoke to you?
People.
Can you name them?
No,
How many?
I don't know.
I mean, just fans?
Yes,
About how many?
I have no idea.
Well, you spoke to Mr. Park and you spoke to the sky cap, correct?
Yes.
You don't remember the sky cap's name?
No,
And then how many fans approached you?
I don't know.
More than 10?
Probably, yes.
You
During
gave-
the course of, you mean during the course of getting from there to the plane?
Yeah, from that point until you got on the airplane.
That spoke to me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Whoever I went by spoke to me.
Did you stop to speak to anybody?
Other than I can't say I stopped to speak to the two guys who were there. I might have, but it wasn't like the sky cap was trying to check my luggage, so I didn't feel as if I was stopping for them. They just happened to be there.
2 sky caps?
No, two guys.
Oh, 2 guys. Did you give an autograph
Yes.
to both of those guys?
I don't recall.
1 or 2 autographs?
I don't recall.
Did you give any other autographs?
I believe so, but I just believe so, yes.
And where did you give those other autographs?
I believe at the plane or at the counter of the plane, but I'm not sure.
And you made 1 phone call?
Yes.
Did you make any others?
No.
Did you use coins to make the call or did you charge it to a number?
I don't recall.
You have a calling credit card, right?
Yes.
You use it regularly?
I believe so, yes.
Bills it to your home phone
I don't know.
or the OJ Enterprises office phone?
I would imagine one of them.
How long did the limo ride take to the airport?
I don't know, not long.
Okay. You just made casual conversation with Park?
Yes.
Okay. Did you complain about anything?
Yes.
What did you complain about?
Traveling.
And just constant traveling?
Yes.
And complain about anything else?
No.
Complain about it being hot?
I don't think so.
Were you hot?
Hot, no.
Were you sweaty?
I was wet, I know that.
From?
Jumping out of the shower, running downstairs, getting my thing together, getting in the plane. Getting in the limo.
Did you lower the windows in the back seat?
I always do.
All the time?
Yeah, I don't like air conditioning, so normally I will turn it off if it's on, and most limo drivers have it on, and put the window down.
Dale St. John does that for you?
Yeah, sometimes, yes.
We said you always do it.
Yes, but I don't need him to do that for me. I don't tell you to let the window down. I can let my own window down.
But you tell him to shut the air conditioner off.
Yeah, sometimes if the summer is hot, he'll have it on when I get in, and I'll turn it off.
Now, did you and Mr. Park discuss Cato Kalin?
Yes, I believe so.
And tell us what was said.
Something about, was he nervous? He seemed serious. Words to that effect.
Who said that? Park?
I think Park said he seemed serious.
Serious about what?
Whatever he was talking about.
About investigating the property?
Yeah.
And is that what did you say in response to that?
That's when I don't know if I said anything, but that's when I think I decided to call and make sure he had the alarm.
Was there a phone in the airport? I'm sorry, in the limousine?
I believe so.
And you had your cell phone in your grip in the back seat with you?
Yes.
Did you call from the car?
I may have tried.
What's your best recollection?
I don't know, but I think I may have tried. I think something might have been wrong with the phone. I'm not really sure, but I might have tried.
On what phone?
I don't know. If they had a phone there, I may have tried on their phone.
Did you try on your cell phone?
No, but I would have once I got to the plane.
You would have, meaning what?
If I didn't have time to, if they didn't tell me I had time to call on the regular phone, I'd have sat on the plane and called.
No, I'm asking whether you used your cell phone in the limousine to make
I
that
don't
call.
believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so, but I might have. I don't know.
It was working, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What number would you have called?
His number.
And how did you know that number?
I would have had to dig my phone out of my bag, phone book out of my bag, which I might have done, and that would have been what I would have had to do.
You have Kaylin's number in there?
I believe so.
And that's what you used at the airport phone?
I believe so.
Okay. And any other discussion about Kaylin?
I don't believe so.
Okay. When he said he seemed serious, what did you say?
He might have been answering an inquiry of mine.
What
But
was your inquiry?
What how was Cato? Did he seem serious to you? I might have asked that. I'm not sure. I just know that that was the gist of the, I can't even call it a conversation. It was probably just a quick exchange between the two of us.
And why do you think you asked him that question?
Because I hadn't really given Cato much thought when I was leaving. And then as I was settling down finally in the car, I started thinking about it.
When you picked up the phone in your bedroom from Alan Parks, what did you say to him?
Have Bob close that.
Actually, I started talking before he spoke. I said, yeah, I know I'm running
Sorry,
late.
I started talking before.
Before he spoke, I just picked it up because I thought it was down. I said, yeah, I know I'm running late. I'll be right down.
Did you say anything else?
If he didn't call me right back, because I thought I might have hung up right then, and then he called right back. And because he had said something to me that rather tentatively, I've been here. And I said, I guess I said something about, I know I've been in the shower, but I'm coming right down. And that was it.
Can I see the previous answer? You did not tell him you had overslept, correct?
Absolutely not.
And you, in fact, had not been sleeping, correct?
True.
When was the last time on June 12 you had slept? When you got up that morning?
I may have dozed a little between, I was reading and watching, I think, basketball or whatever was on. And I may have dozed somewhat before I went to the recital.
Okay, well, we'll get to that later. When you were walking the dog after 10 o'clock p.m. Down Rockingham and up Ashford, did you see anybody?
Well, first, that's not correct. I wasn't walking the dog down Rockingham and up Ashford. That's not correct. My dog went out when I went out to the Bronco, went and did her due, and I walked her around to the other gate.
You walked the dog from the Rockingham gate to the Ashford gate.
I walked to the Ashford gate, called my dog to come in at the Ashford gate.
Did you see anyone during that time?
No, but I heard someone.
Did anyone see you?
I don't know.
Did you talk to anyone?
No.
What did you hear?
I heard the doors in my neighbor's yard over here. When they're moving around, sometimes you can hear them if they're outside, going inside or outside.
And what neighbors are you referring to?
The Schlesingers.
Schlesingers?
Yes.
Salingers?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Salingers.
Salingers.
Yes.
And do they live just north of your property on Rockingham?
No,
Where do they live relative to
just
this?
south of my
South.
property.
Do I have my directions wrong?
You do.
Yes,
Okay, so,
west.
Here, it's on here. See, south. That way.
okay. South is where the Rockingham gate is. Okay. You heard some sounds in the Salinger property?
Yes,
They seem normal sounds to you?
yes,
Just people going in and out of the house?
yes.
Did you see anyone there?
No,
Did you see cars driving by? At any time when you were out on that, when you went to the Bronco and then walked to Ashford and got your dog and went in?
I don't recall, no.
Now, you've heard the testimony of Mr. Park about seeing a person in dark clothing in the vicinity of the front entryway and driveway area going into the front door, correct?
Correct.
And you told Larry King that that was you, correct?
I told Larry King that I walked out from my house, and I assumed that if he saw someone at that point in time, it was me, because judging by his testimony, right when I got back at the top of the stairs, the phone rang, and his testimony, I guess, sort of said that. So that would have been me, yes.
That would have been you when you came down the stairs half-dressed the first time to put down the suit bag, correct?
Yeah, and to look, actually, I didn't come down to put down the suit bag. I came down to see if I had black shoes in my golf bag.
And you came downstairs and you opened that golf bag and looked in for your shoes, right?
That's correct.
And that's when you put the golf bag on the floor from the south bench.
I actually held it up thinking that Dale was in the car looking at me, and threw it down. For it was sort of me signaling to Dale to come get the golf bag.
Dale was, you thought,
Yeah.
by the way, you didn't know that it was Park, right?
No.
You thought it was Dale?
Correct.
Dale being Dale St. John, your
Yeah,
regular
Dale
driver.
or one of his guys who normally drive me.
Who else normally drives
You'd
you?
have to ask Dale. I don't
You don't
recall
know
the
their
guys'
names?
names now.
Okay. Anyway, you signaled to Dale from your front entry area?
I picked the golf clubs up and held them up and then threw them down, thinking whoever was there, because it's an unobstructed view, would see me, and threw it down on the ground. And if it was Dale or the other guy, I thought they would push the gate, come in, and get the bag.
Dale knows how to push that gate open?
I would assume so. I know he has a tall guy that works for him that would have known, because I'm sure he's done it before, because they're all concerned about not letting my dog get out.
Who's that tall guy?
As I told you, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. But he's driven me often.
Dale has come to your property and basically let himself in that Ashford gate, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that many times Dale has come to my property. I'm normally getting dressed. I'm normally not the guy that's letting them in. Left the limo outside of the property because of the dogs, and walked onto the property, got my luggage.
Sorry, wait. After letting him in, left of the...
Have come to pick me up without driving on my property, come into my property, take my luggage outside of the gate and put it in the car. I'm saying that has happened often.
And when that happens often, who lets Dale in the gate? Or
I
his
would
driver?
I would assume Michelle or Gigi or whoever was downstairs at the time.
Okay, my question to you is, did you tell Dale or this tall driver how to get into the Ashford gate if
No.
no one lets them in?
No, I've never told them personally, no.
And you testified yesterday that you know a way in which you can push the door manually open,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Did you ever describe that to the drivers?
No.
Okay, and did you ever see them let themselves in without being buzzed in?
I've seen them on my property when I'm down, go out that gate, with that gate going back and forth on a hinge, yes.
And do you know how they got in?
Well, normally my housekeeper was down there dealing with it.
On this occasion, you know on the evening of June 12, there wasn't a housekeeper, correct?
Correct.
And when you signaled to the driver with your golf bag, is that what you're now saying?
What do you mean by
now?
now,
Say? No,
Sam?
no, no.
Is that what you're saying? That you signaled to the driver with your golf bag?
Start all over again, please.
Okay. You said you came down to the golf bag with your suit bag, put the suit bag down someplace,
Correct.
looked in the golf bag for
Correct.
your shoes,
Correct.
black shoes,
Yes.
actually picked the bag up and walked out into the driveway area?
No,
Never
I
said
never
that.
said that.
You said you held the bag up.
Yeah, I picked it off of the bench. I guess they can see me. You want
Correct.
to describe it as I'm doing it. Picked it up off the bench, held it up, and threw it down on the ground.
Held it up and looked over towards the limousine.
Yeah, held it up towards that, because it was, I guess, parking light shining in, and the limo was right there looking at me, and threw it down.
Limo was on the other side of the gate.
Yes, but there was no, it was unobstructed. There was nothing on the gate to keep them from looking straight down the whole driveway, for that matter.
Okay. And you did that, which you just described, in order to signal to him to come get the golf bag, right?
Yeah.
And how did you expect him to come into the property to get the golf bag?
Well, I thought he would push the gate. If he didn't push the gate, it would have been simple. I would have said push the gate when I came back down.
But
it
he
was
had
no
never
big deal.
pushed. You had never told him about pushing the gate.
I had never told Cato how to open a door, but I assume he knows how to open a door.
Why would you assume that the limousine driver would know how to get into a gate that would appear to be closed and locked?
Because he had been coming to my house for years, and everyone else who's come to my house for years knows that.
Knows that you can get into that gate by just pushing it?
Yes.
But you never told the drivers that.
I never told Cato that, but I'm sure if you asked him, he'll tell you that's how he came into that gate. I've never explained it to him. I've never explained it to Gigi, but I'm sure she does it.
And what were you wearing when you did that?
Wearing what? When?
What were you wearing when you motioned to the limousine driver with your golf club from that entryway?
It's a golf bag.
Golf bag.
I had
golf
on
bag.
pants, I had on shoes, I had on a robe.
What color was the robe?
I don't know, but it's still in my house now.
And no shirt.
And no shirt.
What kind of robe was it?
Cloth robe.
White terry cloth?
No.
What color?
It's at my house. It's a darker robe, but it's at my house.
A black robe?
I don't think so.
Blue?
Possibly.
And was it tied?
I doubt it.
The robe was never taken by the police?
Neither were the bath towels. Neither were the clothes that I were wearing.
Which clothes? You mean the clothes
The
you
clothes
took
that they
off?
asked me about, yes.
The golf pants you took off, right?
Yes.
And the shirt?
Yes.
Let me see this. So, is it your recollection, with Ron, did you actually come out onto the driveway?
No.
You're positive of that?
Yes.
Can you indicate, Mr. Simpson, by pointing to Exhibit 28, where you were standing, or as far out to near the driveway that you came?
Okay, just wait till I get back that way.
Do you understand the question? Okay. You can wait till Mr. Baker returns.
And the question is to point where, or to make a mark where he was the furthest out from the entrance of his front door.
During this occasion when you lifted your golf bag to signal to the limousine driver?
This is purely an estimation. There's not much room there. So I would say to the westernmost point of possibly, I don't know if my body went that far, but to the, certainly in the area to the westernmost point of my benches.
What's the distance from the door to the driveway, to the beginning of the driveway?
I'd be totally guessing.
10 feet?
15 feet.
15 feet. And how many feet were you from the front door? Let's do
You
it
told
then.
me not to assume, so I'm not going to
What's your
assume.
best estimate?
Halfway, 3/4 of the way.
From the front door.
Yes,
So you were at least 3 or 4 feet from the driveway?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. I'll put a little...
And what's that
A
supposed to
little,
mean?
I'm sorry.
What is that, Mr. Baker? You describe it.
No, but I'm saying,
It's a cross.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that is not where he
Well-
indicated, where he said at the furthest most, the westernmost portion of the benches, and the benches don't go out that far. So that's...
And that's an estimate, the westernmost portion of the benches, but roughly in that area.
There are aerial photographs of this property. There's...
You have any?
I do at the office.
Maybe you can bring one. We can do it, we can be real clear about it. Anyway, your testimony is westernmost part of the benches, about
Roughly,
3 or 4
roughly.
feet from the edge of the driveway.
Yeah, I would say so.
And standing there upright, a person at the Ashford gate can see unobstructed?
Upright, yes. I think if I was down, I used to have a bunch of bushes there at the time. Down, they probably would have had a little bit of a problem, but standing upright, they should have had absolutely no problem seeing a person there. As they should have had no problem seeing anybody along this entire driveway on this end.
And at this time, when you picked up the bag, Kalen wasn't around yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's take a short break.
Sure.
Great mind. Well, you know, I saw you guys. I had that break look on your face.
We are back on the record now, and the time is approximately 11:15.
That's just the copies with my markings on them. I'm going to mark as Exhibit 29 the piece of paper on which Mr. Simpson wrote the area of his house that is subject to the motion detector. Was at the time, June 1994. We'll omit this from the transcript. I'll just maintain custody of it
I should write you in. No.
at the present time. Where's Exhibit 27? Right here. Mr. Simpson, referring to Exhibit 27, which is another sketch of Rockingham, when Mr. Kalen would access typically his property, his room, I should say, would he take this route that goes around the pool to get to his front door?
No.
Okay. Can you trace how he would go with the pen?
From the front driveway.
Yeah. And what you, where you terminated the line, is that the door to his room?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 27.
Okay.
And
Actually, I terminated to the wrong room. It was to my daughter's room. This is his room. I'll try to put an X there.
where the X is?
Yes.
Now, when Kalen was telling you about these noises, yesterday you indicated that he indicated the noises came from the other side of his wall, and I just would like you to put a marking there on this sketch so that we have a clear understanding.
I'm not sure if I indicated that he said the noises came from the other side of his walls. He thought it was, I thought he was talking about an earthquake.
Yeah.
So I didn't have any really idea where he said the noises had come from, but he was in his room and he thought we might have had an earthquake, and he was concerned about sounds or something. As I said, I wasn't really paying that much attention to him.
Did Mr. Kalen tell you where the sounds or noises that he heard or the earthquake that he felt had emanated from?
I don't believe so, but he may have, but I don't really know. He just wanted to go look around.
So you had no idea where on the property Kalen heard these sounds?
At that point, I don't believe I did, but he was talking about an earthquake, which I don't know where an earthquake emanates from. And he wanted he seemed to want to look around.
He did not tell you where on the property he believed he might have heard a prowler.
He
I
didn't
don't
know
believe
where-
so.
He
I
never
don't
mentioned
believe
a
so.
prowler.
I
He
don't
never
think he even
mentioned
said
a
it.
prowler.
Yeah. I don't believe so.
He did not tell you where on the property he wanted to go investigate with a flashlight.
Well, he was over by the garage when I saw him. When I was walking, he was hanging around by the garage and he had a flashlight. And as I said, as I came back in, there was some talk, and I think I suggested to him, well, let's get a flashlight. You walk one way, I'll go the other way, and we'll see.
Which way did you tell him to go?
I didn't tell him to go either way at that point. That point, the conversation went into the flashlight, and at that point, he was going to go into the house to see if there was a flashlight.
When you said to him, you go one way and I'll go the other way, you did not designate which ways you were referring to, is that correct?
Well, there's only two ways to go if you're going to go around my house.
What are those two ways?
One, the way he would normally take,
Correct.
and another way is the way to the walkway south of my garage.
And could you trace that route?
From,
And then end it with a Y instead of an X?
what ended where?
Well, start at the garage, and you said there were two ways.
Yeah.
And describe what you just said.
I said he can walk around my house one way, I'll go the other way.
And what's
we'll
the
see.
other way?
The walkway. Where do I put the Y is what I'm trying to ask you.
Okay. Well,
The back at his front door?
yes.
Okay.
So you could actually walk on the south side of the garage, the
Yes.
south side of the property,
Yes.
and is there a path?
Yes.
And walk all the way to the southern end of the property and then come back around, correct?
It's not the southern end, it's the...
It's
on the
eastern
southern
end. You're on the southern end, you're walking along the southern end of the property, heading east.
Yes.
Go to the eastern tip of the property, go north and come back around.
Yeah, there's a fence.
Down, and then the last part you just
Go
said.
towards the eastern tip of the property, head north and come back around.
There's a fence right here.
Are you describing what existed in June of 1994?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Dan, can we just agree that we're going to make copies of this?
Yes,
We're done right now?
absolutely.
I don't think Mr. Baker's excited about me looking over his shoulder.
I don't think Mr. Baker
I don't really
cares
care.
about
It's
that.
just hard to follow this anyway.
Right.
So.
And when you were designating, I'll go which way, you go the other way, did you have in mind that Kaylin would go around the pool area and you would go around the garage?
We never really got to that point. At that point, the conversation went to a flashlight.
If you were heading down the property in easterly direction, starting with the garage and going to the end, are there any gates that you have to open before you get to the end?
There are gates there, yes.
Could
I
you
think-
mark them?
I believe there's one here.
Okay. Ed, do you need keys to open those gates?
I don't think so.
Did you at that time?
I don't believe so, no.
Were those gates both in working condition then?
I don't know.
Do you know what the physical condition of those gates were at that time?
No.
Okay.
But I don't think they've ever been locked.
Do they have locks on them?
I don't think so.
Okay, you indicated two gates. Could you letter them A and B?
I'm guessing here now. I believe there's one here, and I know there's one
Okay.
here.
Now, along that southern path that you just circumscribed, what separates your property from the neighbor's property?
A fence and some hedges.
And the neighbor is the Salingers?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fence extend all the way from Rockingham to the end of your property?
I believe so.
Are there any openings in it?
I don't think so.
Were there at the time?
I don't believe so.
How high is that fence?
From where?
What is the height of the fence as it traverses down the southern part of your property in an easterly direction?
No, but what I'm talking about is, you mean from his property or from the Salinger driveway? Because it's different.
Are there different levels?
I really don't know.
Mr. Baker apparently knows.
I do.
Okay. Well, let's just go with what you know for now, okay? What is your estimation of the height of that fence?
4 to 5 feet.
Okay, standing on your property?
I believe so, yes.
So it would come up to where on you?
I don't know what's 4 or 5 feet on me. I'm 6
Okay.
feet tall.
2 feet from the top of your head. And what's on the top of that fence?
It's tied off.
Are there any tied off?
Yeah, it's like the fence tie.
I see.
It's chain link tied off at the top.
Is it jagged?
I would say so.
Okay. Have you ever jumped that fence?
No.
Okay. On the other side, that is the southern side of that fence, there are bushes,
Yeah, trees,
Hedges?
bushes, hedges. Yeah.
all on the Salinger side?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you know the kind of trees or hedges that are along that southern path?
I know there's some Eugenias. Other than that, I don't know.
Okay. Do they drop leaves down on your property?
Yes.
Do they drop anything else?
Berries,
What kind of berries?
Eugenia berries.
And have you seen Eugenia berries on that path before?
Yes,
Where? The whole path?
wherever the Eugenia trees are.
And where are they?
I don't think there's any west of the driveway, but the garage rather, but I can't tell you where they start. I don't really have a memory of where they
Okay.
start.
Now, did Mr. Kalin indicate to you in any way, shape, or form that he had heard sounds or noises on the outside of his bedroom?
I don't recall. I really don't. He was talking about earthquakes and noises.
Did he indicate to you that he had heard sounds or noises or earthquakes or whatever in the area of that southern part of your property behind the office and the various rooms?
I don't recall.
That's the 5th time you asked that.
You know, Mr. Baker, those comments are not helpful and they're self-serving,
Well,
and they're not.
they're accurate. 'Cause I'm
They're of
bringing it up
no.
over here.
They're of no significance to the.
Well,
And there's nothing wrong in asking a question 5 times if it's appropriate.
well, we differ greatly in that.
Yeah. There was some talk about getting a flashlight. Are there parts of your property in the evening that are not illuminated such that you would need a flashlight to go look?
I would think so.
What parts?
I would say this, probably anything behind our nails room. What was Jason's room, Cato's room, I would assume that you would need a flashlight back there.
You're now referring to that pathway that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
A portion of the path that he was referring to.
From the garage to the end?
Yeah, and then this is not a pathway, this is just a dirt area around there.
As you come around, what is it, Arnell's room?
Yeah.
Is there a gate or a fence, I should say, all the way around?
No. Well, what do you mean? Separating my property from others' properties?
On the eastern end of your property, in the southeast corner, okay, as you head north here, is there a gate there?
As I head north, there's a gate right here.
I'm
Right
sorry, is there
here.
a fence? I misspoke.
Well, my tennis court fence.
And that goes to where?
My tennis court.
At the end here?
This is a fence that separates my property from
Okay.
Frank Job's and
And
everybody's
Mr.
property.
Simpson, referring to the area just east of Arnell's room here, you see where I'm referring?
Mhm.
Is this a dirt area?
Yes.
Okay, so one can walk through that dirt area?
Mm-hmm.
What is in this area? Anything?
Shrubbery.
And does the fence proceed down this far?
Yes.
The Salinger fence
Yes.
goes all the way to the end of your property, right?
Yes.
And is there what's on the eastern end of your property?
Fence.
Coming up north, you mean?
Going south, north to south, yes.
Yeah, and who's on the eastern side of your property? What's on the eastern side here?
Other houses.
Do you know the names of those neighbors?
One is Job and the other one I don't know.
Job?
Yeah.
Okay.
The other one, nobody's living there, I should say.
Okay, now this, just mark at C, that gate that you said is north of Arnell's room. Okay. Are there any other gates on that path that you described?
I don't believe so.
And do you know whether in June of 1994 the gate that you just marked as with the letter C was there?
pretty sure it was.
And did it work?
I don't know.
Were all three of these gates on their hinges, is what I mean to say? A, B, and C. In June of 1994.
Yeah, yeah, I would assume so, yes. I shouldn't assume. I don't know.
Well, prior to, at any time on June 12, 1994, were you on that path that you just described behind the office, Kalen's room, and Arnell's room?
No.
And prior to June 12, when was the last time that you had walked down that path?
I have no idea.
Was it within a week before?
I have no idea. I doubt it, but I have no idea
Can't remember at all?
at all.
Okay. And when was the last time that you had walked down that path behind Kalen's room in the evening when it was dark?
I have no idea.
Have you ever done so?
All the way down? I doubt it, but I may have.
You remember doing so?
I think a couple of times I had to climb through the guest house window or something when the door was locked and somebody lost a key, possibly Arnell's room maybe on one occasion. I may have had to do that.
So you would have, from this driveway area, you would have gone down past your garage all the way down to Arnell's room?
I probably would have come out of the washroom if I'd have done that.
Where's the washroom on this?
No mind.
You would have come out of the washroom.
I'm just guessing. I mean, I don't.
Well,
this
I don't want you to guess. I want you to know the last time that you remember at night going down that path.
I don't remember
Okay.
what door which way I approached it. No.
Have you ever you remember going down that path with a flashlight at night?
No.
Okay. What doors access the property from that path, starting at with the beginning of the garage?
The door that goes into the garage and the door
Can you
that
mark
goes
that?
into my washroom.
Yeah. Mark that with an X in a circle. And then mark the next one with a Y in a circle.
Well, I've already put an X there.
Okay, that's fine. You can circle that X. So you got two doors there, right?
Yes.
And your master key works on both of them?
I would assume so.
Okay. Are there any other doors down the rest of that path?
No.
Okay. And if you come around the property, around Arnell's room, where's the next exterior door? Arnell's door?
Exterior to what?
Into any of those guest homes.
Yes.
Okay, and then the next one is Kalen's?
No. It's actually you got two Arnell's room here, so both Arnell's rooms.
Two Arnell rooms, so
Yeah.
two doors to Arnell's.
Yes.
And then the next one is what?
Kalen's.
And then the next one is what?
Into my pool, into my family room.
From the pool area?
Yes.
And could you put a Y in a circle around that? Okay, does the alarm work on that one?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Why don't you finish off the exterior doors for me?
They're virtually all on that piece.
What are the markings? X you're making, right?
Well, Y's
That's
or
fine.
X's. I don't
Y's.
know,
What
whatever
are you
want.
making? Y's now?
Yeah, I guess they're
Okay.
Y's.
Keep going. Okay. Have you ever jumped the fence from the Salinger's property over onto your property?
No.
Now, yesterday you mentioned that you noticed some blood in the kitchen when you went to get your drink of water.
No, we didn't.
I don't want to mischaracterize your testimony. I want to go back to when you were in the kitchen getting a drink of water. And Kalen was there, and I think he was looking for a flashlight in the cupboard. Remember that?
Yes.
Now, at some point during that event, did you notice blood?
What I thought was blood, yes.
Was that the first time that you noticed what you thought was blood all day long?
Yes.
Where did you see the blood?
On just a drop, really, on the counter by my sink, and then on this side of my hand.
Okay, now, for the record, you're referring to the outside of your left pinky.
finger, yeah. Sort of fingernail area.
You're the fingernail area?
Yes.
Okay. You saw the blood on the counter while you were getting the drink of water?
No, my drink of water is in my washroom, but while I was at the counter, I did.
At the kitchen counter?
Yes.
And what were you there for?
Well, Cato was getting the flashlight, and I was drinking a glass of water, waiting for him to get the flashlight. Or talking to him, he was getting the flashlight. We were all in motion.
You saw one drop of blood on the counter?
What I thought was, yes.
Small drop?
Yes.
Like a pinpoint? How big was the drop of blood?
Small.
How small? You want to draw it for me?
No, don't draw it.
No. I don't know.
I want
just
you
small.
to describe the size of this blood drop.
You know what? I didn't really study it. I mean, I just saw what I thought was blood, and I saw something on my hand, and I just took a Kleenex. Not a Kleenex. I tore part of the roll of paper that I keep there.
You mean like the paper towels?
Yes. I just tore a piece off and was talking to Cato.
Okay, now, when you saw the little tiny blood spot, did you then look on your body, hands, whatever, where the blood was coming from?
No, I looked at as I said, I had the glass, so I saw it on my pinky finger. And other than that, I took a thing and wiped it and didn't see anything as I was talking to Cato, and I just continued on what I was doing.
Did you notice blood also on your pinky finger?
Just what I told you, on the side of my pinky finger up along near my fingernail.
How much blood did you see?
Not much.
A few droplets?
I wouldn't know how to describe it on my finger.
Was it dripping?
No.
You then got a little piece of a paper towel and put it on to wipe it off?
Yeah, I kind of, as I was talking to Cato, I kind of wiped it. And
How big of a paper towel piece?
not much. Not much, just a tear off.
Tear off of a normal size sheet?
That's right.
And what did you do with the paper towel piece that you tore off after you applied it to your left pinky?
I assume I'm in the kitchen. I could have thrown it in the garbage, or I could have thrown it as I went out the front door, because I immediately was exiting the house at that time.
You thrown it on the ground?
May have, yes.
What's your best recollection? What you
really
did with that piece of paper towel with the blood on it?
I don't have a recollection.
Now, when you applied it to your finger, did it get completely soaked with blood?
I don't think so.
Just dabbed it?
I just wiped the blood off, and that seemed to be it. I didn't see any other blood.
Okay. Did you see a cut or a scrape or an abrasion or anything like
No.
that? Any mark at all?
None.
Is your garbage in the kitchen right underneath your sink?
Yes. No, but it's in my kitchen, yes.
When is your garbage thrown out?
I don't know.
When does the trash come?
I think Tuesdays, maybe.
Tuesday morning?
I believe so.
Who takes it out?
Whoever's,
Do you ever take the trash out to be picked up?
What do you mean, to the street?
Yes.
In my life?
No, as a regular practice?
No.
Okay. Your maid does?
My gardener does.
Your gardener. What days did he come in June of 1994?
I don't know.
Every day?
I doubt it, no.
What days did the pool man come?
I don't know.
You don't know their schedules?
No.
Did they have your code?
No.
Code for the alarm
yeah.
in the house?
No.
What was the name of your pool man in June of 1994?
It may have still been Paul Brown. I don't recall when he passed, but he passed. But he was my pool man for as long as I've had the house virtually.
He passed
Passed away.
recently?
I believe so. I can't recall it was right before this incident or right after this incident.
And what was the name of your gardener in June of 1994?
Gus.
Still your gardener?
Gus. Yes.
What's his last name?
I don't know.
What's his company's name?
I don't know if he has a company.
Now, when you went into the, when you went from the kitchen out to the property, did you drop any more blood?
I don't know.
Did you see any?
No.
When you went into the limousine, did you drop any blood in the limousine?
I didn't see any, no.
The whole time you were...
The whole time.
Did you say anything to Kalen about the cut on your finger at that time?
I didn't know if I had a cut on my
Okay.
finger at that
Did
time.
you say anything to Kalen about the blood coming from your finger?
No.
Did he see you apply the paper towel to the blood?
I don't know what he saw. He was looking in the cabinet.
His back was to you when that happened?
I don't know. I'm sure it was to me sometimes, and he turned to me sometimes.
I'm sorry, he was.
His back was to me sometimes. He was in the cabinet, so his back would have had to be to me. I was in the kitchen. I wasn't really paying attention which directions he was looking, other than the fact he was looking for a flashlight.
He never acknowledged to you that he saw the blood, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did the limousine driver acknowledge to you that that he saw blood?
No.
Did you tell him about the blood?
No.
Did you ask him for a paper towel or a napkin or a tissue or anything like that?
I didn't need one.
So during the entire limousine drive, you didn't need to apply anything to stop bleeding, correct?
Correct.
And so far as you knew, there was no more bleeding.
Yes.
And you did not bleed again until the incident in Chicago that you described yesterday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So far as you, so you had no cuts on your body that were bleeding when you left Los Angeles to go to Chicago, correct?
As far as I knew, correct.
When you went to the Bronco to get the cell phone case and the windbreaker, did you bleed in the Bronco?
Not that I was aware of.
Did you see any blood in the Bronco?
No.
Did you see any blood on the cell phone case or the windbreaker?
No.
Did you see any blood on any of the garment bags that you were carrying or the luggage bags?
No.
Did you see any blood on any other surface that entire evening other than the counter and your finger?
No.
He saw the blood on the side of his finger. If you saw the blood on the side of your pinky, your left pinky, did you have any idea how that happened?
No.
Do you now know how it happened?
No.
As you sit here now, you have no idea what caused that finger to produce a little blood?
If it produced the blood, no.
You don't even know if it came from that finger?
Correct.
You think you might have touched something that was bloody?
I have no idea.
Do you know if the blood that you saw was your blood?
No.
You don't know.
No.
Did you see anyone else bleeding that evening?
No.
So, just to be clear on this, when you looked at your left finger and you saw the little blood, you did not see any cuts on it, correct?
Correct.
And you examined it, correct?
No, not really.
But you looked at it enough to see that you couldn't see any cuts, correct?
No. I wiped it. I saw no more blood. And that was it.
And you didn't see any cuts,
No.
correct?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, there were no cuts on your left hand when you left the house to go to Chicago, correct?
None that I saw.
Correct. Correct?
Correct. None that I saw.
And none that you were aware of, correct?
Yeah, none that I was aware of. But I knew there was blood on my finger.
That one moment, correct?
Yes.
When you say none that you were aware of, was there any reason to believe that you had cuts on your hand?
You mean other than the blood on his pinky?
Other
Well, you
than
said you
blood?
saw a little blood on your pinky, but you looked at it and didn't see any cuts.
Yeah, I wiped it, and I didn't see any other blood, so...
Then there was no blood coming from any other part of your hand, correct?
Correct.
or any other part of your body, correct?
As far as I knew, that's correct.
You say as far as you knew. Did you have reason to believe you might have been bleeding without your knowledge?
I saw blood on my finger and a drop of blood on my counter. Yes,
That's the only blood you saw all day, correct?
correct.
Has you ever had the experience before? Has it ever happened before where you saw blood on a part of your body without seeing a cut?
Yes,
When has that happened?
quite often someone will say, "Are you bleeding?" Sometimes it's something on my golf shirt, and it would be on my golf shirt, and I not see where it came from.
Would you look?
If there's a mirror, I can look at my face. It's not a mirror, I couldn't see.
And if you, those times when you saw blood on your body and you did look, was there ever a time when you could not tell where it came from?
Yes.
Did that happen often?
In my life,
5 years before June 12, 1994.
I don't know about often, but it's happened.
You would see blood, look, not see a cut, and not know where it came from,
Correct.
but believed it was your blood.
Yes.
Did you believe it was your blood there on June 12 that you saw?
I didn't think about it, but I assumed it was. Yes.
Did you cut yourself playing golf?
I don't believe so.
Did you cut yourself on a cell phone in the Bronco?
I don't believe so.
Did you cut yourself getting the case out of the Bronco?
I don't know.
You think you did?
No.
Did you cut yourself swinging those golf clubs on the evening of June 12th?
I don't believe so.
Did you see any blood on the foyer of your house, of your entryway?
No.
Did you see any blood on the driveway of your property?
No.
Did you see any blood outside your Bronco?
No.
Inside your Bronco?
No.
Did you see any blood inside your bathroom in your bedroom?
On the 12th, no.
When was the last time before the 12th that you did see blood inside the bathroom in your bedroom?
Every time I shave. Normally, most times I shave.
Do you use a manual shaver?
Yes.
Razor blade?
Yes.
You usually cut yourself?
Yes.
When you do that, you wash away any of the nicks and the blood?
Normally, yes.
Did you cut yourself shaving on June 12th?
I don't recall.
Did you shave on June 12th?
I believe in the morning I did.
What time?
Whatever time I got up would have been 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
To play golf?
Yes.
And you shaved?
I believe so,
You
yes.
remember applying any tissues or anything to stop any bleeding then?
I don't ever do that.
What do you do to stop the bleeding if you
I
cut
just
yourself?
wash it. Like I cut myself this morning a little bit here and was bleeding.
You just
I
wash
just
it with water?
Wash it with water and
It
hope
goes
it goes
away.
away, yeah.
You didn't cut yourself. When you shave, what hand do you use?
My right hand, I believe, yes.
You're right-handed, right?
Yes.
And you didn't cut yourself shaving, excuse me, you didn't cut your left hand or finger shaving that morning, did you?
I don't believe so.
Were you using any razor blades at all later in the day?
No.
Were you using any sharp instruments later at all that day?
I don't believe so.
Did you handle a knife at any time on June 12th?
I don't recall what I had for breakfast or lunch, so I don't know.
What about dinner?
No.
Had no knife in your hand from about after lunchtime on June 12th? Is that correct? No knife in your hand after lunchtime on June 12th?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes. I mean, I don't recall if my keychain had a Swiss Army knife on it at that time, but it probably did. So I might have had that knife in my hand.
Did you use that knife on your Swiss Army knife on your keychain on June 12th?
I don't recall.
What, at that time, did you use that knife for, if anything?
Scissors. I always use the scissors for strings and for nose hairs.
There's a scissors on that keychain,
Yes.
part of the Swiss knife,
Yes.
so you get a little tiny utility knife.
That's correct.
What else is there besides a scissors and a knife?
A blade. Oh, the blade.
A blade
obviously.
and a scissors?
Yes.
Anything else?
I don't know, toothpick, no, yeah, toothpick possibly.
Metal?
No, plastic.
Did you use the blade or the scissors or the toothpick on June 12th?
As I said, I may have used the scissors, but I don't recall.
If you did use the scissors, did you cut yourself?
I don't recall, no.
To the best of your knowledge, you did not cut yourself on June 12th, correct?
That's correct.
Did you cut yourself on the airplane going to Chicago?
No. When I say to the best of my knowledge, I didn't cut myself. I never noticed a cut. But I assumed I was bleeding.
When you say you assumed you were bleeding now, you bled for a second, you wiped it off, and you didn't notice any more blood from that point on, correct?
I don't know if I bled for a second. I just know I saw a spot of blood and blood on my pinky.
So a spot of blood, wiped it off, and that was the end of your seeing blood that entire day and evening, correct?
Evening, for
It's
sure.
evening.
For
Well,
sure,
And did you
yes.
see any blood that morning other than when you
As
shaved?
I said, I don't recall, but in that evening, yes, that's the only time I saw blood.
That when you wiped it off your pinky?
Correct.
Earlier. Okay, well, just to be real clear on this, let's talk about the entire day of June 12th, other than that one moment when you saw the blood on your pinky. Did you see any other blood on your body that day?
I can't recall in the morning
Can't recall
if I saw blood in the morning or not.
when you were doing what?
When I shave, I always bleed, so I can't recall in the morning.
Bleed
If
on
I-
the face, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it depends how bad it is. It's on my face, and you take it off your face, or my neck. There's a couple of what I call areas that I bleed all the time, or a lot when I shave.
But you just don't remember.
Well, I would say the majority of the time I shave, I bleed.
By the time you left the house, there would have been no more bleeding?
Correct.
Okay. And from that point on until you saw the blood on your pinky, you saw no blood, correct?
I don't recall seeing any blood after that, yes.
Now, one second. Okay. You testified yesterday that you called Paula Barbieri around 10 o'clock p.m. to see if she was available to take you to the airport.
Yes.
Now, you knew that Paula Barbieri was out of town.
Well, I assumed she was.
In fact, she had told you that she was going to be either in Las Vegas or Arizona, correct?
That's not correct.
She had told you
I'm sorry, that's not correct.
That's not correct.
Thank you.
she told you that she was going to be out of town, correct?
That's not correct.
You said you assumed she was out of town.
Yes.
What was the basis of your assumption?
She told me she may be going out of town.
And you had tried to call her a number of times before 10 o'clock p.m. on June 12th, correct?
Correct.
And at no time did you get in touch with her, correct?
Correct.
So you assumed that she was out of town, correct?
More than likely, yes.
But you called her to see if she could pick you up?
Yes.
In fact, you had gone out earlier looking for her, hadn't you?
No.
You had, after the recital, you went out in the car to see if she was home, right?
I was going to, but I ended up not doing it.
You had not spoken to Paula Barbieri all day on June 12th, correct?
Correct.
The last time you spoke to Paula Barbieri was when? Last time prior to June 12th?
The night of June 11th.
And at that time, when you last saw her, when you last spoke to her, was it in person or over the phone?
In person.
Where were you?
Very last time I saw her. In front of her house.
On Wilshire?
Yes.
Does she live in a high-rise?
Yes.
Did you drop her off there?
Yes.
And you went home to Rockingham?
Yes.
What time was it?
Possibly around 11, maybe a little before 11
PM?
p.m., yes.
Did you walk her up to her room?
No.
And when what car did you go to? You went to an event that evening, didn't you?
Correct.
What was that for the then First Lady of Israel?
No, it was actually for a hospital, but she was being honored for raising funds for a hospital in Israel.
What was the name of that event?
I don't recall right now. Drawing a blank right now.
Where was it?
At a private home in Bel Air,
Whose
Beverly
home?
Hills, Bel Air.
Whose home?
I can't recall right now.
When you dropped Paula Barbieri off at around 11 o'clock from that event, did she tell you that she was leaving town the next day?
No.
Did she tell you that she may be leaving town?
At that point, no, but we had already discussed it.
You had already discussed that she might be gone the next day.
Yes.
And she told you that she might go to Las Vegas or Arizona?
Yes.
Where in Arizona?
She didn't mention it.
Did she tell you the purpose of her trip?
She may have, but I don't recall.
What did she tell you?
I say she may have, so
If she
I don't
told you.
recall.
Did she tell you she was going to the Mirage Hotel?
No.
Did she tell you she was going to attend a Michael Bolton concert?
No.
Did she tell you what hotels she might be found in?
No.
Did you have a fight with her that evening?
No.
You had a pleasant evening with her?
Very pleasant.
There was no tension or conflict between the two of you?
Not at all.
Did you discuss your plans for June 12 with her?
Discuss them, no.
Did you tell her what you were doing?
For the most part, yes.
And what did you tell her?
I was playing golf. Well, she knew I was going to play golf, and that Sydney had a recital.
How did she know that you were going to play golf?
Because I always play golf. And I must have mentioned it, but I always play golf.
And did you tell her that you were going to Cindy's recital?
Yes, I'm sure I did at some point during that week. I don't know if we discussed it at all that night. Matter of fact, I doubt if we discussed it that night.
You had just gotten into town on Friday night, June 10, correct?
Correct.
She picked you up at the airport, right?
Her and the limo driver, but I ended up going with her.
You had two cars there.
Yes.
Who was the limo driver?
I don't know.
And you spent the evening of that Friday, June 10th, in your house or in her house?
I don't recall.
Did you spend it together with her?
Yes.
And that was Friday night, correct?
Yes.
And Saturday night, after this event, you did not spend the evening
I'm
with
sorry,
her.
on Saturday night?
After this event at the private residence, you did not spend the evening with her, is that correct?
Correct. Correct. I was
By the way,
something
when
else.
you
I'm sorry, I was.
Nothing.
when you spent the evening with her on Friday night, you got up to play golf early on Saturday morning, correct?
Yes.
What time was your tee time?
You don't get a tea time there.
Oh, what time did you start playing golf?
Probably a little before 7 or about 7.
What time did you awaken on Saturday morning, June 11?
Probably 5 o'clock.
And
Right around 5.
who did you play golf with on June 11?
Craig Baumgarten, Alan Austin, Mike Melchiori, and Bob Hoskins.
I'm sorry, Alan Austin, Mike.
Melchiori, I can't spell his last name.
Melchiore, I think.
Bob Hoskins, and I believe Craig Baumgarten.
Baumgarten.
Yeah.
5 of you all together.
Yes.
Did you, what did you shoot?
I don't know.
What was your handicap in June of 1994?
I believe I was around a 12.
Did you play for money?
Yes.
Did you win
I don't recall.
on June 11?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what you shot?
No.
Shoot your handicap, basically?
I don't know.
Now, during, when you played golf on June 12, by the way, did you also play with the same people?
Correct.
And did you also play for money?
Yes.
Did you win?
I don't recall.
What did you shoot?
I don't know.
No recollection?
No.
There's a rule in golf, you cannot tee it up unless you play for money.
That's why I don't play. What were the stakes you were playing for?
In this group,
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday.
I don't know the relevance of that. I've been instructed not to answer.
Did you get checks from any of those people in your group on Saturday or Sunday?
I don't recall.
Did you get cash from them after you played on Saturday
I don't recall.
or Sunday?
I don't recall.
Did you and Paula Barbieri have a discussion from the time she picked you up Friday evening until the time you dropped her off on Saturday night at 11 o'clock p.m. about her going to the recital with you?
Never.
Never came up?
Never came up.
Did it come up in any prior conversations?
Never.
Did you invite her to go with you?
No.
Did she ask to go?
No.
Why didn't you invite her?
Because I didn't invite her.
She was your girlfriend then, right?
Sure.
You had a monogamous relationship with her at that time, is that right?
With who?
Paula.
Monogamous?
Yeah. She was the only woman you were dating, correct?
Yes, correct.
How long had you been in a monogamous relationship with her as of June 11?
I assume you mean by monogamous that was the only person he was dating, because that's what you just said.
Only person you were romantically involved in.
Okay, fine.
Am I missing something, Mr. Baker?
Sir, I don't think you've missed a hair on Mr. Simpson's face so far. You have redefined tedium.
The truth is in the details. You may answer.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I
What was
forgot.
So, right.
What was the question?
Question, how long had you been in a monogamous relationship with her as of June 11th?
I'm a little confused by the question, but if she's the only girl I had sex with for probably the previous 4 weeks.
When you say girl, you mean girl or woman?
Woman, yes.
Previous 4 to 6 weeks?
Yes. Not 4 to 6 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
3 to 4 weeks.
3 to 4 weeks?
Yes.
Did you tell Paula that this recital for Sydney was an important event to you?
No,
Did you discuss it at all with her?
not at all.
Did you make a point of not discussing it with her?
No, I don't think I thought about it much.
Did you ever invite Paula to an event where Nicole was?
When I wasn't with Nicole, I had no idea where she was going to be. So, not knowingly, no.
That's what I meant. Knowingly invite Paula to an event where you knew Nicole was going to be. Did you ever do that?
Knowingly, no.
Did you ever invite, for example, Paula to any family functions where Nicole would be?
No.
You considered this a recital for Sydney a family function, correct?
Partially, yes. Yes.
Partially? What do you mean by that?
I didn't think about it. I just wanted to, if Sydney would have been the fifth thing, I would have been in and out of there in 10 minutes. That was what I was thinking, getting in and out of there.
Why were you thinking of just getting in and out of there?
Because I was tired, and I just wanted to go to it and get in and out of there.
Did you know what order she was on the program?
No.
What order, what number was she?
30-something.
Out of how many?
30-something.
You near the end?
Yes.
Now, you You said you had a pleasant time with Ms. Barbieri, right?
Very pleasant.
Did you and she discuss having children together?
In a way, yeah.
Explain that.
There was a big house, and we were talking about, you know, these people, how many kids you can put in a house that big.
You mean yeah, I think I asked you, I don't remember your answer. Whose house was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. That's the house you're referring to, right?
Yeah.
You and she were talking about having a house full of kids?
It wasn't a serious conversation. It was just about the house, and we were feeling good, and we were being very romantic, and we were just talking about filling a house up like that with kids.
Okay. Did you have any romantic involvement with her that evening?
No, other than hugging and kissing, yes.
Okay. Kissed her goodbye
Kissed her all the time we were in that place.
in the residence?
We were at the affair, yeah.
Okay.
It was very romantic.
Then, when you went back to Rockingham that evening, well, first of all, you didn't, any particular reason why you and she didn't spend the night together?
I was tired and I was going to get up early.
Did you have an argument about that?
Not at all.
An argument about your getting up early to play golf?
We didn't have an argument, no.
A discussion?
No,
No conversation about it?
no.
Did she tell you that she wished you didn't play golf the next morning?
No,
Did she suggest that to you in any way?
no. She didn't, no.
Who did?
Nobody did.
Did you, when you left the Miss Barbieri that evening, you had no sense that anything was wrong with your relationship, right?
No.
That's incorrect?
I think I said no, didn't I?
Meaning my statement was correct. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
And the next morning, when you got back to Rockingham that evening, did you go to bed
Yes,
right away?
yes.
And when did you get up? 5:30?
5 o'clock or so the next day, 5:30 maybe.
And you made breakfast for yourself?
No,
Did you eat breakfast?
I may have
Where?
at the club.
What time did you leave your house?
I don't know.
About what time?
5:30, 6 o'clock,
Did you-
6:15 maybe. I don't know.
That evening, you were alone in the house, correct?
Yes.
Did you...
That evening?
I'm
That-
sorry. That morning. Well, the evening before, on Saturday evening, when you went to bed, you were alone in the house, right?
Yes.
When
far
you
as I
say the
know.
house,
Yeah.
are you including Cato's and Arnell's room? No? Okay.
Let me clarify. When you went to bed the evening of June 11, there was no one in your home that evening except for Kalen and his guest house and Arnell and hers, right?
If she was
I
there, I
don't
don't
know.
think she was
I
there.
don't know if they were there.
You have no idea if they were there, right?
Yes,
They come and go as they please without having to go inside the house, correct?
correct.
You got up at 5:30, and what did you do?
Which day are we talking about, Saturday or Sunday?
Morning of the 12th.
Well, I showered, stretched, showered, got out of the house.
How long did you stretch?
I don't know. I normally stretch before I get out of bed, if you call it stretching.
For how long?
I don't know.
5-10 minutes?
I don't know.
15 minutes?
I really don't know.
No recollection?
No.
And after you stretched, you took a shower
Yes,
and you put on clothes?
yes.
Did you shave after you showered?
I shave in the shower.
In the shower. Is that where you
Yes.
usually shave?
Yes.
And when you got out, did you put on a robe or did you put on clothing?
I probably just got dressed.
And you put on royal blue golf pants,
I believe so.
white Reeboks?
Maybe.
What did you put on?
I don't recall.
What socks did you wear?
White socks.
And what shirt?
A golf shirt.
What color?
I don't know.
Did you put a watch on?
I don't know.
Okay, then what did you do?
Went to the golf course.
Just left your bedroom, went right downstairs into the golf course.
That's correct.
Okay, let's stop for the videotape.
This is the end of tape number 1 of volume 3. The time is approximately 12:07, and we are off the record.
You remember talking to detectives Van Adder and Lang on June 13th?
Yes.
They were questioning you about your whereabouts and so forth?
Yes.
Now, didn't you tell Detectives Van Adder and Lang on June 13 that you cut yourself on your left hand prior to leaving Chicago?
I may have said that, yes.
You told them that, correct?
I may have, yes.
And you told them that because it was true, correct?
I told him that because I saw blood and I assumed it came from me, yes.
And you thought you had cut yourself before leaving to Chicago on the evening of June 12th, correct?
I had assumed I had, yes.
That's what you believed, correct?
That's what I believe.
And that's what you believed when you told that to Van Adder and Lang, correct?
Correct.
You were examined by Dr. Bodden on June 17th, correct?
Yes.
And he examined you, and examined your left hand, correct?
Correct.
And didn't you tell Dr. Bodden during that examination on June 17th that you cut yourself on your left hand before leaving for Chicago?
I don't recall saying that to him. May I ask you a question? Author?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
Wait.
maybe.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You're not saying you didn't say that to Dr. Bodden, correct?
Well, I think any communication you have with Dr. Bodden is protected by the physician-patient privilege, and I'm not instructed not to answer anything to Dr. Bodden about.
Well, you heard Dr. Bodden testify to this in open court, didn't you?
Well, you can answer what you heard Dr. Bodden testify to.
I heard him talk about that day, yes.
And you heard Dr. Bodden testify that you told him that you had cut your hand in Los Angeles on June 12 before leaving for Chicago, correct?
That I may have thought I had, yeah. Yeah. To words to that effect. He didn't say exactly what you just said, but yes. Words to that effect, yes.
And you told that to Dr. Bodden because you believed that was true at the time, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also were examined on June 15th by Dr. Huizenga, correct?
Correct.
And he examined your left hand, among other things, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And he testified at trial about this examination in your presence in court, correct?
Yes.
And you heard Dr. Huizenga state that when he examined you, he found 7 separate abrasions on your left hand, correct?
I'm not going to let him testify as to what he heard. That's irrelevant and immaterial to any issue in this case. You can ask him a question, but he's not going to answer that question.
Did you hear him so state?
Don't answer that, O.J.
On what ground?
On the ground that it's irrelevant as to what he heard in the trial, and that has nothing to do with any issue in this case. What was testified may, but not what he heard.
Okay. Well, I disagree. But
Okay.
did you hear Dr. Huizenga testify also that you had 3 cuts on your left hand?
Don't answer that either.
Did Dr. Huizenga, when he examined you, point out to you that you had 7 abrasions on your left hand?
No.
Did he point out to you that you had 3 cuts on your left hand?
No.
Did you see that you had 7 abrasions on your left hand?
No.
Did you see that you had 3 cuts on your left hand?
No.
Do you deny that on June 15th you had 7 abrasions on your left hand?
If that's what he said, I don't have any personal knowledge.
If that's what he said, you don't have any reason to believe he was lying, correct?
Correct.
And if that's what he said, you would assume that that's true, correct?
Correct.
And when Dr. Huizenga said that you had 3 cuts to your left hand, you would have no reason to doubt that, correct?
Correct.
And you would assume that he was telling the truth, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had these 7 abrasions on your left hand before you went to Chicago, correct?
Wait a minute. He has testified that he has no recollection of having 7 abrasions, and he said, now you've said that they exist because he does, if you're found alleged foundation, and you better establish it from this witness before you make it a fait accompli in your question.
You had 7 abrasions on your left hand before you went to Chicago on June 12th, correct?
I can't answer that
Why not?
because I didn't notice 7 abrasions at all when I left for Chicago.
Did you look at your hand closely?
Not before I left, no.
And so you don't know one way or the other whether you had 7 abrasions, correct? Let me sharpen my question. You don't know one way or the other whether you had 7 abrasions on your left hand before you went to Chicago on June 12th, correct?
I don't know how to answer that. That day, no.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know one way or the other whether you had 3 or 4 cuts on your left hand before you went to Chicago, correct?
I didn't see him.
Are you saying you did not have those cuts on your hand?
I'm saying I didn't see any cuts on my hand.
Are you confident that you did not have 3 or 4 cuts on your left hand before you went to Chicago?
I'm confident that I did not see any cuts on my hand when I left for Chicago.
Are you saying you could have had those cuts but not noticed them?
Anything is possible?
Did you examine your hand for those cuts?
Not really, no.
Okay. So you're not saying that you didn't have the cuts on your left hand, correct?
I'm saying I
Well,
did not
wait,
see any cuts on my hand.
That's argumentative, you're not saying. I mean, he's answered your question. And don't answer that, the
you-
last one.
You cannot say that you did not have the cuts on your left hand, correct?
I can say I did not see any cuts on my hand.
My question is, can you say one way or the other whether you had the cuts?
That's argumentative, and he has told you what he has a recollection of and what he saw, and that's argumentative in view of what he has told you, and I'm not going to let him answer that. I instruct him not to answer.
Can you positively say that you did not have those cuts? 3 or 4 cuts on your left hand before leaving to Chicago on June 12th.
I can positively say I did not see on June 12th, looking at my hand, any cuts.
But you don't know whether you had them.
Yeah, don't ask that.
Is that correct?
You ask it.
Well, he's
now.
answering his
Yeah.
question, not mine.
Well, because you don't like the answer doesn't mean he's not answering your question.
You said you did not see 3 or 4 cuts, correct?
That's correct.
On your left hand before going to Chicago on June 12th, right?
That's correct.
Did you look closely at your left hand, sufficient to know whether or not you would have such cuts?
I looked at my hand to see if there was a cut because I thought I was bleeding and did not see any cuts.
Did you examine the entire left hand?
I don't know. I looked at my hand. I think I can see my whole hand when I look at it.
How long did you look at it?
I don't know.
More than 5 seconds?
I don't know.
What's your best estimate?
I don't have a best estimate.
Did you look at each finger, one by one?
Probably, yes.
You put each finger up, examined it, then put the next finger up, examined it?
I have no
Don't-
recollection of doing that, no.
Did you examine each finger one by one?
I looked at my hand looking for a cut and didn't see one.
You looked at your hand as a whole, in other words?
Yeah,
Just like you did on the video?
yeah, just like this.
And did you turn it around various ways?
Probably, yes.
Saw no cuts?
Don't guess or speculate. If you don't know, say you don't know.
And you saw no
No.
cuts when you did that, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Where are the copies? I'm going to show you some photographs. What are we at? 29 was the last one, right? The omitted exhibit?
Right.
Okay. Oh, they're not in this, are these in the same, I want to put them in the same order. Okay. No, we can just keep it here.
Oh, the marked up 27.
Exhibit 30. You want to mark that Exhibit 30 on the, okay. Exhibit 31. I'm marking a series of photographs for the
Yes.
record that were all part of the trial record in the criminal matter.
27.
Exhibit 32. Exhibit 33. Exhibit 34. I'll attach photocopies of these exhibits.
1 second.
Why?
I think they had shuffled.
We'll get it straightened out. Exhibit 35. Exhibit 36. Exhibit 37. And Exhibit 38. Okay. Can you, are these my copies? Have you circulated them yet? Okay. What did I start with that, 30?
30.
Give me 31. Is it- Now, you recognize these photographs as depicting your left-handed finger?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. You saw these at the criminal trial?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 30 for a moment.
Yes.
See, that's a picture of your left hand,
Yes.
and you see the middle finger of your left hand?
Yes.
And you see some cuts there, correct?
Yes.
You see two?
Yes.
And you see one at or around the knuckle,
Yes.
and one above the knuckle.
Yes.
Now, you had those cuts before you left for Chicago,
No.
correct?
No.
Did you look at that part of your middle finger on your left hand to see if you had those cuts?
Yes.
And you did not,
Correct.
and you can positively so state.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 31 shows a close-up of the same two cuts, and
Yeah.
you can say you did not have them before going to Chicago.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Exhibit 32 shows.
But wait, Dan, if we could, we need the exhibits.
Okay. Okay. Let the lawyers get copies of their exhibits. Hold on. Here. Why don't you?
Could we just mark them all at the same time?
Yes. Just mark them all.
You got 30, right?
Yeah, 30.
What's that, Ed? It's an extra copy.
31. Gave you 31 back.
What about Mr. Baker?
Only
Getting
me,
your-
I-
Mr. Blazers.
He's the depository?
He's receiving your copies.
Fair enough.
Okay. I'm up to 31, Peter. I need 32 at all.
32.
What time's the hearing today?
32. 3:15. 32. 32. You need 32?
Yeah. I need one of every.
So,
This one?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, those are yours.
Yeah.
33. 33.
You don't have copies of these. Yeah. Peter will probably have one left over, and he'll give them to you. Yeah.
Oh, let me do that.
No, just keep going.
Okay.
You can get it to him.
34.
Hey, just keep going. 35 then.
Sure that's not 34?
Yes. I know.
Okay.
He's missing
I'm
it.
trying to find it. 36. Did I give you 35? 36. 36.
37. 37.
Yeah. 34, 34, 34.
Okay, that's it.
Remember that.
It's 31 on top.
Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it?
On the record.
For the record, I'm going to identify the exhibits by the trial exhibit number. Exhibit 30 is trial exhibit 516. Exhibit 31, trial exhibit 517. Exhibit 32, trial exhibit 518A. Exhibit 33, trial exhibit 518C. Exhibit 34, trial exhibit 518H. Exhibit 35, trial exhibit 520. Exhibit 36, trial exhibit 1249. Exhibits 37 and 38 are also part of trial exhibit 1249.
Give the reporter his. Here's the stuff. Okay. Yeah, I showed you exhibits 30 and 31 already. Exhibit 32, Mr. Simpson, do you see some cuts on the back of your hand below your fingers?
No.
Okay. I'm pointing to an area where there appears to be some scabbing. Is that scabbing?
Yeah, I see what looks to be a tiny scab, yes.
And underneath that as well, right?
I guess so. I can't tell if that's a spot or a scab or not.
Okay. Now, there's this sort of diagonal scab, and then there's a little circular one underneath it.
Yes, that's a scab, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, did you receive cuts in these areas of your left hand prior to leaving Chicago?
No, and I wouldn't characterize these as cuts.
Okay. Can you positively say that these marks are not the result of cuts that you received before leaving Chicago? Leaving to Chicago?
I'm sorry,
What
leading to
what
Chicago.
point? Okay.
All my questions are directed to the evening of June 12 before you went to Chicago.
Yes.
Okay? Can you positively say that these areas of your left hand that I'm pointing to on this picture
Dan, excuse me, you're going to have to be a little more specific.
you can't tell from the Xerox copy, so
What I'm saying, I think for the record, the video is not picking up anything.
I understand. That's why I'm trying to describe the area, okay? I'm pointing to what appears to me to be a scab without you having to accept that characterization, a diagonal line. Do you see that?
It looks like a thin scab to me, too. Yes.
Okay. And a
Doesn't
little
look like a cut, though.
and a little area below that. Do you see that?
Yes.
Little circular area. Now, do you recall receiving any marks or cuts or abrasions to your hand on June 12 before leaving for Chicago in the areas that we just described on Exhibit 32?
No, I don't recall.
Can you positively say you did not have any cuts or abrasions on that part of your hand? Yes or no?
Okay.
I can't positively say, no.
The next one is,
Yes, there is.
here, you want to look at these photographs?
Please.
The next one is Exhibit 33. Okay. And picture of your left hand, do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see another scabbing on what appears to be your thumb?
Yes.
You had that, you cut yourself or braided yourself on your thumb in the area that I'm pointing to on Exhibit 33 prior to leaving for Chicago on June 12th.
I can't say that, no.
Can you positively say you didn't?
Positively say I didn't.
Yes.
With this, no. You mean before June 12th? Anytime before I took the plane? No, I can't say. Can't say.
Before you left for Chicago on June 12th?
No. No. I couldn't positively say.
You remember having a cut on your hand on June 12th?
No, not at all.
In that location on your thumb?
Not at all.
Exhibit 34 shows the two cuts we saw before, Mr. Simpson, on the left knuckle and above the left knuckle.
Down so I can see it, Chief.
That's, I just,
Thank you.
It's,
Yeah, I
can't
got you
see
the
it.
glare. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have to ask you about that again.
Just for the record, the reference was made to knuckle, and I think we've been mistakenly using that interchangeably with joint. Are you talking?
Yeah,
Joint.
yeah. It doesn't matter once we have the picture, I don't think.
Right. That's
Just
why
for the
I'm,
record, though, if we're talking,
Yeah.
let's make clear.
that's why I'm showing the pictures. Exhibit 35, you see a picture of your finger?
Yes.
You see a cut on the side of that finger?
Yes.
Pretty deep cut.
I don't know.
Did you receive that cut on the evening of June 12 before you went to Chicago?
No.
Are you positive?
Positive.
Was that 34? The last
That one
35.
was 35.
Okay.
I'm showing you Exhibit 36.
Yes.
You see the picture of your middle finger on your left hand?
Yes.
And below the joint, you see some scabbing.
No.
What is that colored area?
Hair.
Do you see any scabbing at all?
No.
Did you have any injury to your, did you have any cut to your middle finger below the joint before you left for Chicago on June 12th?
No.
Are you sure?
Positive.
That was 36?
Yeah.
That was-
Exhibit 37, a shot of the same middle finger. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, I'm going to point to this area below the joint, as in the prior picture, and ask you whether in these darker colored areas, if that shows a scabbing or scarring or any kind of cut
No.
or abrasion.
No.
And you didn't have one there before you went to Chicago?
No.
And lastly, Exhibit 38 shows the side of what finger?
I don't know.
Middle finger to your left hand?
I don't think so.
Did you have a, what finger do you think that is?
I think it's this finger.
The fourth finger next to the
Ring finger.
ring finger.
Yes.
And there's a cut on the side of that?
Yeah, it appears to be a, yes. Yes.
And did you have that cut before you left for Chicago?
No.
You sure?
Positive.
Okay. I want the photos back. Yes. Okay.
Daniel, 37, 38, okay?
Yep, I want to show them all to him in the next question. Take a
Yeah,
look
I
at
just
them
want some real
first.
quick.
Yeah. Peter, hand it down. Mr. Simpson, I'm going to hand you back exhibits 30 to 38. We just looked at the color photos. Can you, by referring to those pictures, tell me what cut or cuts on your left hand you were referring to when you talked to Detectives Van Adder and Lang on June 13, when you said that you were bleeding before you went to Chicago
Let's
on
get
June
the statement, let
12th?
him look at the statement.
None of them.
I'm sorry.
The answer was
Before you
none
went
of
to
them.
Chicago,
Yes.
Yeah. Are you positive?
Yes.
When you were referring to bleeding,
I'm sorry, read the last question you heard back. I was looking at.
you were, okay.
How can you look at beeping? I wanna, how do you look at beeping?
Question, Mr. Simpson, Question, Mr. Simpson, I'm going to hand you back exhibits 30 to 38, and if you would just look at the color photos, can you, by referring to those pictures, tell me what cut or cuts on your left hand you were referring to when you talked to Detectives Van Adder and Lang on June 13th, when you say that you were bleeding before you went to Chicago?
Answer, none. Okay. What cuts were you referring to, Detectives Van Adder and Lang, when you said you were bleeding before you went to Chicago?
I was referring to the blood that I had seen.
Can you point to the pictures where the blood was? You can just point out what exhibit you're using.
Point out?
Well, it's 30 that he's looking
Okay,
at.
you're looking at 30 now, Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It was on my finger. And it was on the side of my hand. I mean, my baby finger.
Let the record
Side-
reflect.
On my knuckle. It was on my fingernail a little bit and along the side of my baby finger.
The pinky on the left hand he's referring to, on the outside of it, correct? Up
Correct.
near the thumbnail,
Correct.
the fingernail.
Correct.
And that is the only finger that you had in mind when you were referring to bleeding when you spoke to Detectives Van Adder and Lang, is that right?
I wasn't really thinking about the finger at the time, but I was thinking about the blood, but that's what I was referring
That's
to.
the location he was thinking
Yeah.
about.
Yes.
And that is the only finger that you were thinking about when you were telling Dr. Bodden that you were bleeding before you went to Chicago, is that right?
I wasn't thinking about any finger. I was thinking about I was bleeding that day.
At the location of that finger.
Well, you know, I was just thinking about the blood. I wasn't thinking about any specific finger. I don't know if he asked me what finger. I'm not sure if he did. I didn't.
But the blood you were thinking about was the blood located on that finger, right?
Yeah, on the counter and on that finger, yes.
Okay. Now, where did you get all of the cuts that are shown on exhibits 30 to 38?
I'm not so sure of that. But I knew it was after that day.
Why do you know it was after June 12th?
Because on June 13th, the police and a police nurse and I looked at the hand.
Who looked at the hand?
Nurse Paratus and Detective Lang and a Detective Van Adder.
Okay, and this was at the time you were being questioned?
Yes.
And none of those cuts was on your hand?
Well, excluding the cut from the glass.
Including
Well,
the-
wait a second, Mr. Baker. He didn't say that. You can't. Really inappropriate. Mr. Leonard tells Mr. Baker tells the witness. Cross-examination on a crucial point.
Oh,
It's
It's
simple.
highly inappropriate.
well, you can put anything you want on the record.
Well, Mr. Baker, I'm just, in fairness, it's not appropriate. And you know that. And if I did that, you'd jump all over me.
Not me. I never jump all over you, Mr. Petrocelli.
Now, you're telling me that when you and Nurse Paratus, is it?
That's correct.
And Detectives Van Adder and Detectives Lang
Correct.
met on June 13 at the police department
Correct.
and looked at your left hand,
Correct.
none of those cuts was there, correct?
Except for the cut from the middle finger, from the glass, obviously, because that's the only reason Nurse Paratus was there, was to dress that wound. There was none of these things on this other finger and stuff was not there. And
Now-
they inspected my hand.
Now, Mr. Simpson, you said yesterday in your testimony that there was only one cut on the back side of your middle finger.
Correct.
Now, looking at those photos, can you point out, and that, withdrawn, that was the cut you sustained in Chicago when you hit the glass or did something to that glass by pushing it aside, remember?
That's correct.
Now, point out to me on any one of those
Right.
what cut you're referring to.
This one.
Okay? Let the record reflect that the witness on Exhibit 30 is referring to the cut above the joint, right? Now looking at 31, you see two cuts, and you're only referring to the lower one above the joint, correct?
It's the only one I saw, yes.
And that's the only one that Nurse Paratus dressed,
He cleaned it, and he dressed it.
okay?
And that's the only one he cleaned, and the only one he dressed.
And now, did you tell Dr. Huizenga on June 13 that you only had one cut on your hand when you came back from Chicago, and it was the cut that you just identified on Exhibits 30 and 31?
No.
Did you tell that to Dr. Bodden on June 17?
No.
Did you withhold that information from them?
That's argumentative. Don't answer that.
No,
Don't answer that.
it's not meant to be argumentative. What I'm asking you is if you made a decision in your mind not to tell them
Not to tell him what.
that you only had one cut coming back from Chicago on your entire left hand, and it was the one that you just pointed out on Exhibits 30 and 31.
I didn't have to tell them. They were dressing my hand. They were dressing whatever was on my hand. I didn't discuss it with them, what came from where. Certainly not with Huizenga.
But you,
Excuse me, did you say addressing or dressing?
Addressing.
Addressing, thank you.
of course. Now, but you were addressing to Doctors Huizenga and Bodden how you got some of these cuts, didn't you?
No,
And that you got some of them before you went to Chicago, right?
that's not correct.
You told them about bleeding before you went to Chicago, right?
Correct.
And you even told them how you thought you got those cuts, right?
In Chicago?
You know, before Chicago, at your house
No,
on
I
the
didn't.
evening of June 12th.
That's incorrect.
Said nothing of the sort to them?
Exactly.
Okay, why don't you find it? I think it's... Did you tell Doctors Bodden or Huizenga that while preparing to go to Chicago at some point you went to the Bronco to get a phone and maybe other material, and you also did things around the house in the kitchen, and at some point you noticed some blood?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you got cut in the Bronco?
No.
And did you?
I don't know.
You positive that you did not get cut in the Bronco?
I'm not positive either way.
You're saying you might have gotten cut in the Bronco?
As you said earlier, anything is possible.
I didn't say that. I think Mr. Baker said that.
Did?
I didn't say that.
Said that to me yesterday. Can you positively exclude cutting yourself in the Bronco and dripping blood in the Bronco?
Positively?
Yes.
No.
Can you positively exclude dripping blood on the driveway at the Rockingham gate and leading up to your front door?
Positively?
Yes.
No.
And can you positively exclude dripping blood on your foyer in your front entryway?
In
Positively?
your front entryway?
Yes.
No.
Now, are you saying that you got some of the cuts that we have seen in these photographs after you got back from Chicago?
Obviously, yes.
When you say obviously, I don't know what that means, but the answer is yes?
Obviously, yes.
Why do you say obviously?
Because they weren't there when I came back from Chicago and was at the police station. And since I didn't leave town from that point until Wednesday when they took pictures of it, I obviously, got it after I came back from Chicago.
Okay. Tell me where you got the cut and how you got the cut above the joint on the middle finger that I'm pointing to on Exhibit 30, which is right below, the fingernail.
I don't know.
Well, when you got that cut, did you notice you were bleeding at that location?
Well, my finger bled a lot over the next few days as I was changing dressings and things.
Well, you were changing dressings for the lower cut on the joint, correct?
Yes, but if you see pictures of the dressing, there was a complete
Very
dressing.
clear. Can you designate which finger you're talking about when you're talking about a finger? Where on the finger we're talking about when you're changing dressings? Rather, you have multiple fingers that are cut. So
Okay, we're talking...
You guys are getting This is good. I like this cross-ref here.
We're talking about the middle finger of the left hand as depicted on Exhibit 30 and Exhibit 31. Right? Okay. And the wound that was dressed by Nurse Paratus was the one above the joint, the lower of the two, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, when that, how long was that dressing on?
Which one?
The one Paratus put on?
I don't know.
Was it a Band-Aid?
Yeah, it was a big bandage.
And did it also cover the...
Just a minute. You said Band-Aid. He said, yes, big bandage. Now, I don't know what that means,
I
whether
don't
we're on the
either.
same...
What does it mean?
I don't know, it was big. It wasn't just a normal Band-Aid. It was something that was big. He actually wanted to splint it for some reason, and I wouldn't let him.
Why not?
Because I didn't want it.
Why not?
Because I didn't want it splinted.
Did you want it to be cared for properly?
I didn't want it splinted. He dressed it, he cleaned it, and he put a bandage on it. I didn't want a splint on it.
Now, did that bandage cover this upper part of your finger where we're seeing the second cut on Exhibit 30?
I don't recall.
Now, did you change that dressing a few times yourself?
Once, myself.
Did anybody else change it for you?
Yes.
Who?
Dr. Heisinger.
Who else?
I believe either Dr. Lee or Dr. Barton Friday, but that could have been Heisinger again.
Okay. Now, when you changed the dressing the first and only time, did you notice that there was a cut above the initial cut that was dressed?
No.
When Heisinger changed the dressing, did he mention it to you? That cut?
He didn't mention it to me, but he was working on the hand at that point.
Did you see that cut, a top cut on the middle finger of Exhibit 30?
I don't recall.
And when Baden looked at your fingers on the 17th, did he notice that upper cut on Exhibits 30 or 31 on your middle finger?
When he did it when?
17th of June.
I'm sure he did.
And did he mention it to you?
I don't recall.
Did you see it?
I wasn't really paying attention to those guys.
I'll ask you again, how did you cut your finger on the upper part?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No.
You remember bleeding from that part of your finger as opposed from the other cut on the finger?
I remember my hand bleeding, but not particularly where. I know the big knuckle was bleeding at one point, but I can't tell you what else as far as that finger is concerned.
Now, we have been told that that's a joint. Are you referring to the joint or a knuckle now? What are you
Return to
referring
the finger.
Okay. So when you said you were bleeding from the knuckle, what did you mean? This joint here, where I'm pointing?
Yes.
Okay, that's the one that was dressed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But, you know,
I was told to
Knuckle
call that.
sandwich is here.
we need a doctor.
I was told
The interphalangeal joint is what it is.
Mr. Baker, I'm told, knows about the anatomy, so he
Dr. Baker?
maybe he can help us out. Okay.
You know about your bladder. You only have one.
Now the well, first I want to see how many cut him was how little. It's okay. You're telling us that no discussion of this uppercut on the middle finger came up with Nurse Paratus, Detectives Van Adder and Lang, even though they all examined your hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're positive it wasn't there at that time, correct?
I didn't see it there at that time.
So you're not positive, right?
Well, I didn't see it, and I was looking at my hand just like they were.
And you didn't see that one?
Yes.
And are you positive that the cut wasn't there when Heisinger examined you on the 15th?
I'm not positive about that, no.
Are you positive it wasn't there when Baden examined you on the 17th?
No, I'm not positive about that.
Now, when did you receive that cut, top cut to your middle finger?
I don't know.
Give me your best recollection.
I don't have a recollection of it.
0?
0.
What's your best recollection of how you got it?
That's the 5th time. Don't answer that.
Well, it's
I know it's
important
cross-examination, but I think 4 is enough.
the rule of 4, Mr. Baker?
Well, I don't know, but I think the rule is of 1 or 2, but I'm trying to give you as much leeway as I can,
I
sir.
appreciate it. It's important. I'm going to show you Exhibit 32. Let other counsel view it. And I'm going to point to what you yourself indicated appeared to be some scabbing on below the fingers. You see that?
Yes.
And now, when you were examined by Paratus and with Van Atter and Lang, did you have a cut or a mark or abrasion there where that scabbing is on Exhibit 32?
Did not see it at all.
And what about when you, with Hai Zhang on the 15th, did you see it then?
I don't recall seeing it, but I wasn't looking then.
And on the 17th, did you see it then?
I wasn't paying any attention on the 17th.
When Bodden looked at it?
I wasn't paying any attention on the 17th.
How did you get that marking there on your hand?
I don't know.
No recollection?
No.
When did you get it?
I don't know.
No recollection?
No.
And did you bleed from that part of your hand during the week of the 13th, June 13th?
I don't recall bleeding from that part of my hand, no. I don't think that would bleed anyway.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 33, and shows a little marking or scabbing on the thumb. Do you see that?
Yes.
On the side of the thumb there?
Yes.
Now, was that mark on your hand on June 13 when Nurse Paratus and Detectives Van Atter and Lang met with you?
Did not see it, no.
On the 15th when Hai Zhang looked at you?
Obviously.
It was there?
I said obviously it was.
Why?
Aren't these his pictures?
I believe these, I don't want to make any representations to you. Are these? Yeah. I don't know when they are. I really don't, anyway. So don't say obviously based on some ruler there. Just give me your best recollection.
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. And was this mark on your finger on the 17th when
I
you were
don't
with
know.
Bodden? How did you get that mark on your thumb?
I don't know.
No idea?
No.
When did you get it?
I don't know.
No idea? Done that already. Oh, on Exhibit 35, there's a wound on the side of your finger. Do you see that?
Yes.
Lateral aspect.
Lateral aspect, according to your lawyer. How did you get that?
I don't know.
When did you get it?
I don't know.
Was that wound on your finger when Nurse Paratus examined you in the presence of Van Atter and Lang?
Definitely not.
And you didn't see it then, right?
And I looked, and I didn't see it then.
That's the ring finger, you said?
Yes,
Why'd you look?
because it was my ring finger, and because it was so obvious to this finger, and Paratus was moving my finger around to get the wrap on and to do it, and there was nothing there.
Okay. Was it there when Hai Zhang looked at it on the 15th?
I believe so.
And you got it somewhere between the 13th and the 15th?
Yes.
First of all, what did you say, if anything, to Hai Zhang about that wound on the 15th?
I don't think anything.
Did he say anything to you?
I don't think so.
And when did you get that wound?
Other than what he's just testified to?
Well, he said between the 13th and the 15th.
Okay.
Yes, specifically.
I don't know specifically.
How did you get it?
I don't know.
No idea?
None.
Okay. On any of these wounds and cuts, markings, abrasions, do you recall feeling pain whenever they occurred?
No.
On any of them?
No.
Did you dress any of those cuts, wounds, or bruises, or abrasions the week of the 13th, starting actually at the hotel in Chicago, other than the one that Paratus and you did subsequently?
I'm sorry.
Did you dress any of the wounds or
Other
the
than
cuts?
the one that Paratus?
Other than one on your middle finger?
No.
Had no other bandages or band-aids or dressings
Correct.
during that whole week?
Correct.
Were you bleeding quite a bit that week?
I don't know what that means.
Well, were you bleeding from these various cuts and wounds and markings that I just showed you?
Obviously, yes.
And when you were bleeding, what did you do to arrest the bleeding?
Well, I got a Band-Aid from the girl at the hotel.
Initially, correct?
Yes. And Paratus changed that.
Right,
I changed it one day.
correct.
Then Huizinga changed it, and I don't think it bled after that.
And what about the other cuts that I showed you? Did you bleed from those cuts?
I don't recall.
During that week, were you bleeding and dropping blood on the ground or on surfaces?
Yes.
Do you know where the blood was coming from?
Yes.
Where?
My middle finger.
That was dressed?
Well, before it was dressed, yes.
Before it was dressed?
Yes.
But after it was dressed, were you bleeding at all outside of the dressing?
After it was dressed the first time, it bled, yes.
And were you dripping blood?
I don't know.
What I'm trying to find out is if you were dripping blood from any place that week other than that one wound or cut
Not
that
that
was
I know.
dressed.
Not that I know
Have you ever had a situation before, Mr. Simpson, where you had a number of cuts on your hand and did not know how you got them?
of. Yes.
That happens frequently to you?
In my life, yes.
Did it happen frequently within the previous 6 months to June 12?
I wouldn't know.
Well, did you ever notice your hand having a bunch of cuts on it that you didn't know where they came from within the 6 months?
I don't know what a bunch of cuts is.
Several or more.
Several, is that 2 or 3 or more?
3 or more.
All right.
Well, as you pointed out, have I ever had it, not noticed it? And my answer was yes. So I've had them and not noticed it. I've seen scabs on my hand, and I don't ever remember bleeding or where the scabs came from, yes.
Have you ever seen cuts of this type that you saw in the photographs on your hand and not known that how you got them?
Well, which one?
Take that one on the side of the finger that looked pretty deep to me.
Yes.
Well,
That's happened to
the
you
one on
before?
the side of the finger without
The-
your characterization.
The lateral,
The lateral aspect of the third digit.
yes, Exhibit 35. Ever have a cut like that on the side of your, or on any part of your hands or fingers and not know where it came from?
Yes.
Happened often to you?
I can't say often, but I've had cuts and things, and I don't know where it came from.
I'm not
yes.
talking about football days. I'm talking about January to June of 1994.
No, I don't recall.
Now, when you played golf on the morning of the 12th, you drove over to the golf course in what car?
On the 12th, the Bentley. I mean, the Bronco. These bees.
Bronco?
Yes.
Where was the Bronco parked on the evening of the 11th?
I believe on Ashford.
Right before the mailbox?
Maybe across the street, but it could be either the mailbox or across the street from the mailbox.
You typically parked the Bronco on Ashford, correct?
More than not, yes.
When you didn't park it on Ashford, you parked it in the driveway?
I parked on Ash or Rockingham, or I rarely parked it in my driveway, even though sometimes it was left inside the property, yes.
Generally on Ashford, correct?
Generally, yes.
I'm referring to the time frame, June 1994, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was your car, and your car was parked there when you went to play golf, right?
Yes.
And the clubs were already in the car?
No,
Where were they?
at the club.
So you just got in your car and drove over there?
Yes.
And you didn't have to take any equipment, golf clubs, gloves, or shoes, or anything, right?
Right.
Did you take anything with you?
I don't recall. I don't
What
think
about your
so.
cell phone?
Yes, I don't know. Maybe I did, yes.
Was it in your car
I probably put it in my car, yes.
from the night before?
Yes.
You take it in every night?
No.
You drove home the previous night in the Bentley, right?
Yes.
Now, on the way to the Bronco, how long did it take you to get to the Riviera Country Club from your house?
4 or 5 minutes.
And did you make any phone calls?
No.
Did you receive any phone calls?
No.
What time did you arrive at the golf course?
About 6:15, roughly.
And when you got there, what did you do?
Probably ate with the fellas.
I don't want you to do probably, and he doesn't either. If you don't recall,
I
just
don't
tell me you don't
recall.
recall.
I don't recall.
By the way, the fellas are Alan Austin, Craig Baumgarten, Mike Melchiori, and Bob Hoskins.
Possibly.
You had breakfast with those 4 people?
No, I said possibly, yes.
You don't remember?
No.
Did you have breakfast?
Normally I'll eat something, so I'm assuming I did because I go to the club every day and I eat normally.
What did you eat there that morning?
I have no idea.
Okay. When did you finish breakfast?
Whatever
you had
time.
If you
Assuming
had
I had it. Whatever time it was to tee off.
What time did you tee off?
Probably a little before 7.
Did you, can you remember talking to anybody between 6:15 and 7 o'clock a.m.?
Yeah.
Who?
Everybody who was around.
Did you hit golf balls?
I don't know.
You retrieved your clubs?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make any phone calls in that time period?
No.
You teed off at 7?
I don't know. Maybe a little before 7.
And did you make any phone calls while you were playing golf?
No.
Okay. Did you check your messages at all?
No.
Did you get a message from Paula Barbieri?
No.
Did you receive any message from her before you left?
No.
Left the home, I assume.
Yeah.
No.
When is the first time that you received a message from her? By receive, I mean you called in and found a message from her.
Retrieved a message.
Retrieved.
I don't think I ever did.
Not at all that day?
No.
You didn't get any phone messages from her that day?
I don't believe I ever retrieved any message from her that day.
When you had something called a message manager, didn't you?
Yes.
Could you describe how that worked?
You push a button on my phone and it'll go to my message manager.
Now, what phone are you referring to?
My cell phone.
Just the cell phone?
Just a cell phone.
The one that you used interchangeably between the Bronco and the Bentley?
Yes.
Now, could you press? What button was it that you pressed?
I don't recall.
Is it? Could you do that from inside the house
Yes.
on any phone?
Yeah.
You could go to any phone and press the button and get your messages. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you say the cell phone initially?
Because it was simpler from the cell phone.
You had it on like speed dial or something?
Yeah, I guess so.
Is that what you mean when you say simpler?
Yeah, I think it was just simpler from the cell phone.
Now, if you wanted to retrieve the messages from any other phone, what would you do?
I call the number.
What was that number?
I don't recall.
Same number you have now?
Yes.
Okay. And
No, it's not the same cell phone number I have now, no.
Is it the same message manager number?
I don't have one now.
Okay. When did you cancel it?
I don't know.
But you had it in June of 1994, right?
That's correct.
And you had a habit of checking your messages regularly, correct?
Semi-regularly, I would say, yeah.
Okay. When you checked your messages, you would hear messages people left for you?
Yeah,
Could you then erase them from
Yeah.
the phone?
yeah,
Could you save them?
yeah.
Did you have your cell phone with you on the golf course?
I don't recall if I took it out of the car or not.
Okay. Did you get into an altercation with one of your golfing partners?
What is an altercation? You have to describe what an altercation is to me.
Did you get into a heated exchange?
What does
Verbal
that mean?
exchange.
Verbal, heated exchange with one or more members of your golfing group?
Yes,
With whom?
Craig Baumgarten.
What did you say to Craig in that heated exchange, and what did he say to you?
I can't tell you exactly, but words to the effect of, I wasn't moving. You shouldn't have teed off until we got here, and a screw you from him to me, and a screw you from me to him, and you don't be in front of me when I teed off, and there was a little profanity.
Wait, he was upset with you for moving when he teed off?
Yeah, he felt that I was moving when he teed off, so he was mad and started yelling something at me.
What tee was that?
Second tee,
Second tee?
yes.
And what did he say to you? Was it after he hit the shot?
After he hit a very bad shot.
Bad shot.
Yes.
Okay, did he hit another one?
No, I wouldn't let him.
Did he ask you if he could hit again?
He didn't ask anybody. He sort of said he was going to hit another one. And it was like, screw you, you're not hitting another one. You're not hitting another one. And then
Sorry.
He said, screw you, you're not hitting another
A
one.
word to that effect. I'm not giving you the exact
Yeah.
words because I don't recall exact words. But that was essentially it.
You- What did he then say to you?
I don't know. It was accusing of moving in his shot, you know.
You were angry at him?
Not at that particular point, I wasn't, no.
What happened next?
Then I hit a bad shot.
Did you hit after he hit?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then I was pissed at him.
Why?
Because I hit a bad shot, and Craig is a guy who tends to get in arguments on the golf course, and it was a beautiful morning, and I had just parred the first hole, and I was up on all my bets, and I was pissed off that I hit a bad shot.
And what did you say to him?
You always doing this shit, and words to that effect, and you know, screw you, and words to that effect.
Did you come to blows?
No, no. This is among our group. There's arguments regularly. Yeah.
Did you tell him that you were going to kick his white ass all over the golf course?
I made to him I'd kick his ass if he did it again, but not his white ass all over the golf course. No, I don't think those are words that I used.
Okay. Were you physically able to carry that out?
I don't know.
Is he a big guy?
Well, I never really expected to fight him. I haven't been in a fight in my adult life except once on a football field, so that was, I'd never expected I would have to fight a friend, no.
If he hit you, were you prepared to fight him?
Well, don't answer that. This is,
Were you prepared to fight him?
No.
Were you physically able to fight him?
well, that calls for speculation on the part of this witness, and I'm not going to let him answer
No.
that question.
Were you physically able to defend yourself if he fought you?
And that calls for speculation, too. You
How
don't know
does it call for speculation?
You don't
I'm
know that
asking
guy's
you.
going to pop him right in the snot locker and knock him out. Then you're not able to defend yourself. That is so vague
Were
and
you
so irrelevant.
Were you
to any
physically
issue in
fit
this
enough
life.
to be able to carry on a fight
No,
with this
don't
guy?
answer that.
I'm sorry, guys. You're gonna have to, were you fit enough to be
Yes,
able?
to fight him. Yes or no?
Don't answer that.
What did you shoot that day?
I don't know.
Did you make up with him?
Yes.
When?
By the next hole.
You were angry for about one hole?
I wasn't even angry the whole hole.
Can I ask him a question? I want to know if Baumgarten moved while you were teeing off.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
You said you before you got angrier at a later point when you made a bad shot.
Yes.
So you were angry at him then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But
the
that
anger-
later was my shot, which was later than the argument we were having. Then I shot, and that was later. I mean, when I say later, a few minutes later.
Same hole, right?
Same hole, yes.
Okay. Do you have any more disagreements with your golfing group that day?
No.
What time did you finish playing golf?
11 or so.
And what did you do then?
Ate lunch.
With the same people?
Yeah.
And what did you talk about over lunch?
Who knows?
Did you talk about Nicole?
No.
Did you talk about her during the golfing game?
No.
Did you talk about Paula Barbieri during golf or lunch?
No.
Did you have a card game
Yes.
after lunch?
Yes.
Did you talk about Nicole during the card game?
No.
Or about Paula?
I don't believe so.
What'd you have for lunch?
I don't know.
Let me have that golf on. What time did you, did you play for money when you played poker?
Yeah.
I don't know
we
if you
can
played
play
poker. What did you play?
Cards.
What game?
Gin.
Did you play for money?
Yes.
Did you win?
Yes.
How much?
I don't know.
Were you able, did you deal the cards from time to time?
I was having trouble dealing that day.
Were you able to shuffle the cards?
No, I could deal the cards. I was having trouble shuffling the cards.
Did you not shuffle them as a result?
I tried to a couple of times, and I think Alan Austin did a couple of times.
Shuffled for you?
Yes,
But you dealt all the times, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Who is Mesco?
I don't know.
Caddy?
I don't know.
Who was your caddy?
I can't walk on a golf course with my knees, so I never take a caddy.
You drive?
Yes.
You don't use a caddy?
No.
Were you in a good mood that day?
Great mood.
The whole time?
I was tired, but I was in a good mood the whole time. Other than that, you know, the first 2 shots on the second hole.
Did you make any phone calls during that round of golf?
No.
And during the luncheon, did you make any phone calls?
No.
And during the gin rummy game? Did you
I
make
may
any-
have, but I'm not sure.
Okay. What time did you leave there?
It's around 1 o'clock, I believe.
Did you take your clubs with you?
Yes.
Were they taken to the car for you?
No.
You hand carried them yourself, right?
Yes.
And did you have any trouble playing golf that day?
I don't know what you mean by trouble.
Physical difficulty swinging the golf club, playing the game?
You have to see my game and how I swing. Most people would say I do, but it's the way I play. It's the only way I can play because of my knees.
You look a little awkward, you mean?
Yeah, I can't finish on my left side. There's a lot of things I can't do. So,
His swing has been described
Oh.
as an octopus falling out of a tree.
yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, I have a horrible swing.
And it wasn't any different on this occasion, correct?
Well, I would say a little, not only this occasion, but Saturday when I play, when I travel a lot and play, you know, my body bothers me a little more, and I was being evident that I couldn't shuffle the cards. My body was bothering me a little more these 2 days.
It wasn't hurting enough to prevent you from playing, though, right?
There's very little that can keep me from playing.
Or from going to Chicago to play the next morning, correct?
Very little can keep me from playing golf.
Have you ever felt pain before such that you didn't play? Canceled rounds or chose not
Well,
to
a
play?
stop in the game, yes.
Stopped playing?
Yes.
That didn't happen on the 11th or 12th,
No.
correct?
No.
Let me show you some phone records. These were introduced as a... What's the exhibit number, Peter, do you know? These were subpoenaed in the criminal case, and they're for your cell phone. Okay. Six 1-3-3232 area code 310.
That could be it, yeah.
Okay. Take a look at 612.
Okay. I'm gonna have a little trouble. I should have brought my glasses.
Which one do you want to look
The
at?
first entry is 7:06 a.m.
Yes.
What does it show there? Call to whom?
I don't know.
Let me see. It says number called location message manager. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, then it shows a call of 8 minutes. Do you see that?
Yes.
You picked up your message at that time?
No.
You know what that entry is for?
No.
No idea.
At the time, I don't have any idea, but I'm assuming. Oh, you told me not to assume.
Well, do you now know what it is?
I can only assume now. what
Tell
it
me.
is. I'm assuming it's a message from Paul.
That was made to your message manager.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
It's what it is.
Oh, that's how it shows up on the bill?
Yes.
How do you know? Tell me what tells you that she called you and you didn't pick up your... That's not an entry reflecting you're picking up your message.
Because there's no number there.
No number where?
Here.
Okay. When did you pick up that?
I'm sorry, we can't see what is
Okay, here. I pointed
can't
to
either.
the...
What?
You said you can't either?
I couldn't either see where he was pointing. It's not relevant. It's
You
okay.
want to clarify?
No.
He was pointing to the first line.
I think these guys want to see it.
Here.
And,
When did you pick
all
up
right.
that?
Can we take a break?
Yes.
My partner's got to...
Don't start with that.
Got it.
You don't want to say that on the record, do you?
Going off the record now, and the time is approximately 2:17. We are back on the record now, and the time is approximately 2:40.
Mr. Simpson, I showed you the phone bill, which we're going to mark as the next exhibit in order, and I'll have some copies made at the break, okay? I guess that's exhibit 30, what, 31?
9:30.
39, right. I will tell you, though, that there's some red handwritten notations on this copy, which you should just disregard because they were made by my office, okay? I'm trying to understand the way your phone system worked here. You see in this column with the abbreviation FEAT, feature, I guess, there's a CF there.
Yes.
Do you know what that feature is?
I think it's call forwarding.
And what does that mean?
I believe that means the caller that's coming in is forwarding to my message center.
A call that would be made to your cell phone,
Yes.
and there's no answer, so it goes to a message center. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Does your cell phone bill pick up when you call your message center from your cell phone to check your messages?
I don't recall. If it did, you would see the phone, I think, on the phone thing here.
What number would we see?
Whatever number that was dialed, I believe. I'm just guessing at this point.
If you were to pick up your messages by calling your message manager, what number would appear in that column if you made the call from your cell phone?
If I had to guess, no, I can't guess, so I don't know. I don't know.
Would there be a phone number you would dial?
You know, I don't pay my phone bill, so I don't know.
Yeah, but you dial the phone though to get your messages, right?
Yes.
And what number did you dial
I believe I dialed my phone number.
to pick up your messages?
Yes.
Your home phone number or your cell
No,
number?
My cell number.
And if you're at the cell phone, you just did speed dial, but if you're at another phone, you would just punch in your cell phone number. Is that right?
Yeah, I think I would do just what I would do just what anybody else would call in to do. But once they call in, then you push a code number, I believe, and then the code puts you into your message center.
Okay. Now, when did you pick up Miss Barbieri's message left to you at 7:06 a.m., 8-minute message?
I don't believe I ever did.
Not the whole day?
I don't believe so, no.
You never checked your messages that whole day?
You know, I know I was checking, but I don't believe I ever checked my message.
You know
I
you're
don't think-
checking what?
My message machine at the house when I was at home, and it just seems impossible that I would not have checked my cell phone to me, but obviously sitting looking at this, I didn't.
Well, you could have checked, you could have received that message from a different phone, like your home phone, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, now, did you have an answering machine on at home?
Yes.
A normal answering machine or a part of this message manager system?
A normal answering machine.
Where you have to click the button and hear your messages, right?
Yes.
Did you have another answering machine besides that one and besides this message manager system?
No.
It's only two ways you could pick up your messages, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did Miss Barbieri leave you a...
He's got a message or something.
I'd like to go off the record.
Okay. Excuse me? Okay. Did Miss Barbieri leave you a message on your message answering machine in your house
No.
that whole day?
No.
Where is that? Where was that machine then?
In my kitchen?
Only one that you used?
Yes.
Okay. Could you pick up your messages from a remote location?
No.
Just in the kitchen, right?
Yes.
Were there any messages for you that entire day on that answering machine?
Maybe one. I'm not sure. One that I know the machine picked up because I was at home and I didn't pick it up and I heard the message being left.
You can hear it while it's being left, right?
That one, yes.
And who was the message from?
Mike Haynes.
What did he? That's the ex-football player.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He wanted to talk to me about going to a tournament for a company.
Did you call him back
No,
that day?
no.
Okay, that's the only message on that machine.
That's the only one I recall.
Okay. When you came back the next day, on the 13th, back to Rockingham, did you pick up your messages
No.
on that machine?
No,
Did you check them?
no,
And you know if anybody picked them up for you?
no.
Okay. Now, you called Miss Barbieri several times from your cell phone, correct?
I tried to, yes.
She had an LA local number, and she also had a 305 area code cell phone number, correct?
Yes,
Cell phone number was one she had from a Miami area, right?
yes.
And you left her messages on each of those occasions, correct?
I don't think so.
When you called her local 470-3468 number and she wasn't home, did she have an answering machine there?
Yes,
You could leave messages, right?
yes,
And when you dialed the cell phone and she didn't answer, that also triggered an answering machine, right?
no.
You sure of that?
Positive.
Did you talk to her at all that day?
No.
Okay. Well, let me show you. There's a call from your cell phone to the 305 number for the duration of 1 minute 29 seconds. This is Exhibit 39. Okay, you see that entry there, the second entry?
Yes.
Now, were you letting it ring that long?
No. I think once it stopped ringing, someone came on and said that the cell phone is off and whatever the hell.
What does that mean?
The cell phone is out of the area or it's not on or whatever that code is, whatever that is.
You mean when you call someone and they're not at their cell phone?
Yeah, or they have it off.
But this is 1 minute 29, though.
Well, it obviously rang for 1 minute and 29 then.
You were pretty anxious to get her, weren't you?
No.
Not at all?
Not anxious. If I got her, I would have got her. If I didn't, I didn't.
You called her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times from the cell phone. Do you see that? On
Yes.
that day, you never made contact, right?
Yes.
And you also called her from your home phone, right?
I believe so. I'm
How many
not sure.
times from the home phone?
I don't know.
How many messages did you leave her that day?
2. I believe 2.
What did your messages say?
I believe earlier in the day, I said I'd be at the house. Give me a buzz if you're in town or wherever you are. Give me a buzz. And then late that night, because I hadn't heard from all day, the message
Message you left.
the message I left her was, oh, so what is it? What's going on? What's happening? Words to that effect. But anyway, give me a buzz, and I'll be back this week.
Now, when you left that message, you were acknowledging her prior message that she was splitting up with you, right?
No, that's not correct.
You were at her deposition when I took it, right?
Yes.
And you heard her testify that she left you a message early in the morning saying that she was breaking up with you, right?
Yes.
And you heard her testify that you left her several messages that day, right?
Yes.
When did you ever pick up that message of hers?
I don't believe so. I've never heard a message that she said she was splitting up with me, no.
Never.
Never.
Okay. So when you left for Chicago that evening, you had no idea that she wanted to split up with you, right?
No idea at all.
And as far as you were concerned, everything was hunky-dory, right?
Not necessarily, no.
But there wasn't any different from the night before, right?
That's a tough question to answer. I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer that question.
Truthfully.
Well, there's no answer.
Don't wait a minute.
There's no answer then.
Well, you hadn't had any contact with her. You hadn't had any discord with her, or disagreement, or conflict with her. You said you didn't pick up her message, where she
True.
wanted to split up with you. And so far as you knew, things were the same as they were the evening before, correct?
As far as I knew, as far as I had any information of, that's correct.
Well, did you have some other basis to believe things were not correct?
Correct.
What was that?
She didn't call me.
Was she supposed to call you?
Not necessarily, but normally if I leave a message for her, she does.
So you thought maybe she was upset with you?
Yes.
Did you consider the possibility that maybe something could have happened to her?
No.
Maybe she was injured or in the hospital or something?
No,
Why'd you exclude those possibilities?
because I'm a positive person.
Other than that, any reason?
No.
Now, even though you had called her a number of times and couldn't get through to her, you did not check your messages on your cell phone?
Checked it at my house. I may have tried to, but I didn't get through. Just like I wasn't getting through to her when I was trying to make these calls.
Why didn't you get through?
Because when you drive on Sunset, you get through and then it cuts out, then you have to redial again.
Well, when you got to your house, you could have checked your cell phone message manager, right?
Yes.
And did you do so?
It seemed to me that I should have, but I don't recall doing it, no.
Now, you had said earlier that you were very lovey-dovey and romantic the night before, right?
Yes.
So there wasn't any basis for you to think there was a problem, right?
Incorrect.
What was the basis?
I didn't hear.
He said incorrect.
Incorrect.
What was the basis?
I went to play golf.
What did that have to do with anything?
You asked me, is that basic? I went to play golf. I think she told you in her deposition what that had to do with everything.
Yeah, but you didn't know what their deposition was going to be on the morning of or the day of June 12th.
Don't answer that. That's argumentative.
Responding to his statement.
No.
That's a fact, correct?
Well, I think that it's a self-evident truth that he didn't know what she was going to testify to. He knew her attitude, but he didn't know what she was going to testify to.
Are you saying that just because you were going to play golf that you knew that she would be upset with you?
I suspected, when she didn't call me, that she was upset that I went to play golf, yes.
But you didn't discuss it the night before?
Not at
and
all.
She didn't show any upset towards you, right?
No.
And you played golf virtually every Saturday and Sunday, correct?
Yes.
And Paula was fully aware of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that, on the basis of which you might have suspected that she was upset with you, other than the fact that you went to play golf?
I don't quite understand how you...
Mr. Leonard, there's no point in your having to suggest answers to the witness.
I'm not
I
suggesting.
didn't hear him,
Okay,
but I didn't understand your question totally. I mean,
Okay. You said you suspected she might be upset with you because you went to play golf that morning.
yes.
Is there anything else that caused you to suspect that she might be upset with you?
No.
Okay. When was the next time you spoke to Paula after you saw her on Saturday night?
I believe Monday night.
How did you speak to her?
I think she was with my friends, some friends of mine, and they called me, and she was there with them.
Where?
They were in Vegas.
Who were the friends?
Mark Packer.
Where does he live, in New York?
Yes.
Who else?
I don't know who else.
His wife, Suzanne?
I don't think Mark's married unless he got
I'm
married.
sorry, wait. You said who else and...
And I said, I don't, unless Mark's got married and I wasn't invited.
Maybe
I
I'm
don't think this
mistaken.
man ever get married again.
Who else besides Mark Packer?
Just Mark.
And they called you together? Paul
I
and Mark?
believe, yeah, Paula was with Mark when I first spoke to Paula again, yes.
In this conversation, was there any discussion about her breaking up with you?
No,
Or the message she left you?
no.
What did you discuss? What was happening to you?
I don't think anything was happening to me, what I was feeling maybe. And Paula, what I was feeling, Paula wanted to know if I wanted her there.
And what'd you say?
Not right away, no.
Why that? Why'd you say that?
Because I need to spend time with my kids.
You didn't see your kids until Wednesday, right?
No, that's wrong.
Tuesday night?
The next day,
Tuesday, right?
yes.
In the evening, right?
No, it's about midday, I would imagine.
Hey, you called, let me ask you this. You called Nicole on June 12 also, right?
Yes,
How many times?
once I believe.
Are you unsure?
No, I'm not unsure.
Are you positive?
Pretty positive, yes.
You called her only one time?
Yes.
What time?
I don't know. I was
Yes.
in my car, though.
How do you know that?
Because I was in my car because one of the purposes of calling her was when I did get Paula, I was going to pick up Justin and I need to talk about the tickets, and I thought maybe Justin would come and hang with me because she would be, you know, the kids, the girls getting dressed, you know, prettied up for the dance recital.
And did you get through to her?
Yes.
What car were you in?
The Bronco.
What's your best estimate as to the time?
I don't know, but I'm sure it's on the phone thing there.
What's your best estimate?
I'm sure it's on the phone thing there. I don't know.
No recollection without looking at the phone records?
After 1 o'clock, I would think.
After 1 and
Yes.
before when?
Before 5.
Is that the best you can do without the phone records?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you going?
I was on my way to Paula's, and when I didn't get her, I just turned on Barrington and called Nicole.
Where were you coming from?
Golf course.
So this was right after you left Riviera Country Club?
Yes.
You headed over to Paula's?
I was trying to call Paula. If she would have been home, I would have gone to her house, but since I couldn't get through, I called Nicole.
Wilshire and what? That's
I
where
don't know.
Paula lives.
Wilshire and whatever, I don't know.
In Westwood?
Yes.
Okay. Is it east or west of the 405?
East.
Okay. And how far had you gotten to Paula's from Riviera?
Right about to Barrington.
Barrington and what?
Sunset.
Sunset?
Yes.
And then she's not home and you called Nicole?
Yeah.
And she was home?
Yeah.
She answered the phone?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if she answered the phone or not.
Did anybody else answer the
I
phone?
don't recall.
And relate that discussion. What you said and what she said.
I can only be in general. I can't be specific, but I know it's basically about the tickets. She was someone was on the phone at the time. And then when she came on, it was about the tickets and what time they'd be there, and if Justin and Sidney was coming, did I get the other tickets? I'm sorry, if Jason Arnell was coming, did I have the other tickets? What time they'd be there? If Jason or them was going, could they get there early? Because we know it'd be sold out from previous experience, and you need to hold seats. And if what was Justin doing? He can come hang out with me until the time. But I think he either was playing with his cousin or waiting for his cousin. And that was it.
Cousin was at the house there?
I'm not sure. Either he was waiting for his cousin or his cousin was there.
Who's his cousin?
Either Sean or Aaron.
The son of whom?
Denise or Minnie.
Denise's son is Sean?
Yes.
And Aaron is
Aaron is Dominique's son.
Dominique's son. What did you call Dominique initially?
Minnie.
Minnie?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have describe the tone that Nicole displayed?
Normal tone.
Friendly conversation?
Yes.
Did you have a disagreement?
No.
Any conflict?
Rarely with the kids. No.
With Nicole, I mean.
No.
Did she?
Rarely about the kids. I'm sorry.
Did she say she would save a seat for you?
We were discussing who would get there first, so I don't think saving a seat with me came up because I might have got there before them. So that whoever got there first would try to save seats.
Okay. And did you tell her you were going alone?
No.
How many seats would she know to save for you? Did you tell her that?
No, but she just saved me one, as far as I know.
And if you got there first, how many seats would you save?
I think I pretty much told her I'd have a tough time saving seats because I'd be alone. It's tough to hold 10 seats if you're alone.
You knew her whole family was coming?
At that point, yes.
And how long did that call last?
I don't know.
And were you cordial when you spoke?
Very much so.
Did she ask you if Paula was coming?
She never, ever, ever asked me anything about Paula.
And you didn't bring it up, right?
No.
Did you tell her that you wanted a seat next to the family?
No.
Did that come up at all?
Not at all.
Did the location of your seat come up at all?
No.
Did you discuss with her how you were to receive the tickets if she was already there before you and sitting down?
No, we said we'd get there at 5, so I guess we just assumed we'd meet there at 5.
And, no. Did you have to pay for the tickets?
I don't know. If she sent a bill to the office, I don't know.
Did she discuss with you where Sydney was on the program?
No.
Did you have a discussion how long you would be there?
No, I think I might have asked.
What did she say?
She didn't know.
Did you discuss what would happen after the recital?
No.
Did she say that she was going out for dinner with the family?
No.
Did you ask about that subject at all?
Not at all.
Did you discuss making plans to go out afterwards?
No.
Did you tell her what your plans were afterwards? No. Did you tell her that you were going to Chicago?
No.
Did you say anything else that you can remember?
Sorry,
Did you say anything else to her that you can remember?
No.
And did she to you that you can remember?
No.
Okay. I'll show you this phone record. It's, again, Exhibit 39. Can you find the call that you made from your cell phone?
Which call?
To the call that we just talked about?
Is this, what's her number? There's all of these calls, I think, is her phone number.
What was her phone number?
I don't recall, but I think this is it. 829 may have been her phone number. Brentwood is the only number I get. 829-5636. I think,
5636?
yeah, I think that may have been her phone number. I may be wrong there, but I think that must be her phone number.
Do you have trouble seeing close up?
Sometimes, yeah.
You wear glasses?
I don't wear them. I read with them now since I've been in jail.
Did you wear glasses at all in 1994?
No.
Or contacts?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I may be looking at the wrong place here.
Or contacts?
No. I think I'm looking at the wrong place over here. You got to tell me what her number is. Is that 829 her phone number?
No.
Okay.
How about this one, 826-0403? Sound about right?
That could be it, yes.
Yeah, 39. And the time is what, Mr. Simpson? Can you tell there, 3:09?
Gotta look hard,
That's the
yeah.
duration.
Oh, what is the time there, Mr. Baker?
It's sometime around 2. I can't tell
It's a
you.
military time, right?
14.
Yeah, it's 2:18.
About 2:18? See that?
I don't see it. What show me?
This is the third number down, and the third number down here is 14:18:48, which
Okay.
is 2:18:48
That could be it.
p.m.
Yes,
Okay.
that could be it.
Is that
Yeah.
about right?
That's about right.
Only call you made to Nicole that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said you left the golf course at about 1, and this is at 2. What did you say, Mr. Baker?
It's 2:18.
2:18. What did you do in that intervening hour and 18 minutes?
Well, see, I think you're wrong. I said I left the ball after 1. I wasn't sure, so it could have been 1. All the guys were there, so it would have been about that time that I left the
What
golf
am I
course.
wrong about?
That I don't believe that I left the court. Said that I left exactly at 1 o'clock. I know it was after 12, after 1 sometime.
When did you leave?
After 12 or after 1.
What's the best you can estimate?
That's the best I can estimate.
Well, if you called at 2:18, do you think you left shortly before then?
Yes.
You didn't go anywhere in between?
No.
Now, after you made that call, what did you do?
Went home.
To Rockingham?
Yes.
In your Bronco?
Yes.
Okay. Did you stop anywhere?
No.
Where did you park?
On Ashford, I believe, yes.
And did you take anything into the house with you?
At that time, no.
Okay. You went into the home?
Yes.
Was the security system on?
I would believe so. I'm not sure if I remember it in the morning, but I would believe so.
When you got in, did you check your messages to see if she had called you back?
I believe I looked at the machine to see if there was any messages.
Were there any?
I don't recall. I don't think so. Not from her, there definitely wasn't,
Okay.
but I don't think so.
And was anybody home?
No.
What did you do?
I think I turned on the TV, grabbed a book, and laid on the couch, and yeah, that's what I did.
And you don't remember checking your cell phone machine, right?
No.
For messages.
No.
Did you call anybody that afternoon?
I don't recall.
Let me have Mr. Simpson's phone records. To home phone records. How long did you stay on the couch?
I don't know. Cato came in, and I talked to him a little bit. And actually, I stayed on the couch right up till a little before 5.
From about 2:30 to 5 p.m.?
Yeah, because I think I kind of fell asleep a little bit. I was watching, I think a basketball game was on, but I'm not totally sure about that at this point in time.
Now, how did Cato get in the house?
So I'm in the front yard, and I have right by my couch is a door, and he was there stretching, I believe.
By the front yard, you mean that area where your Bentley was parked and the garage
Yes.
door is, that
Yes.
area, right?
Yes.
You could see that to that area from your family room?
No, from my kitchen.
Is that where you were lying down?
Yes.
In the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you saw Cato?
Said hey, and started talking to him.
Did you go outside first?
No, I think he walked in.
The door was open?
It was probably unlocked, yes.
Which door is that?
The door that goes into my kitchen.
Okay. And he came in, and what did you guys do?
Talked.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
What did you talk about?
Maybe a little basketball and girls.
What about girls?
Just girls.
Your girls?
I didn't have girls.
What did you have?
A girlfriend.
Paula?
Yes,
Did you talk about Paula?
I believe so.
And what did you talk about?
I think he asked me where was Paula.
What did you say?
I didn't know.
Was that the end of it?
I don't know totally, but I'm sure we talked about it a little more.
What did you talk about, Paula?
I think he was asking me where she was, and I told him, I don't know, she's either out of town or she's hiding from me.
Did you tell Kaylin that she was upset with you?
I may have, that I thought maybe she was. I didn't say she was upset with me, but she's probably pissed or something.
Did you give him the reason why?
I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you say because you played golf?
I know that was part of it.
You told him that?
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Is that all you did? Is that all you talked about concerning Paula?
Some other girls.
What other girls?
There was a girl he thought I should meet.
What is her name?
I don't know.
Tracy?
Maybe.
What did he say about her?
That she was a smart business girl and she was starting business, and he had told her I should meet her and you really should talk to her. She's, Cato, it was a pitch, I guess, and she was not like all the other Playboy girls, and she was smart, and you two would really like talking to each other.
She was a Playboy girl?
I guess so. Playmate.
And did you ask what she looked like?
Yes.
Did you ask her to go get a, did you ask Kaylin to get a picture of her?
I may have.
And did he do so?
I don't recall.
Did he show you a picture of this woman that day?
I don't recall.
Is her name Tracy Adele, A-D-E-L-E?
I don't recall.
Did you call this person Tracy?
He did.
He called her from where?
Somewhere in my house, I think.
And, where did Tracy live then?
In L.A., I believe.
And did you speak to Tracy?
Well, she wasn't home, and I think he left. I know he left a message to call me, or to call the house.
Did you talk on her machine?
No,
And what was the message that he left to Tracy?
I don't know.
It was in your presence, right?
I don't think so, but it may have been, but I wasn't paying attention to what he was saying to her on the machine.
From your hotel room, I mean from your house, he made that call, right?
Yes.
Now, do you remember whether he went out to get a magazine and came back to show it to you?
He may have.
Where did he get it?
I didn't go. I was on the couch.
Did he go to a store and come back?
I don't know.
What happened after you spoke to Kaylin that day?
He left, and I watched or napped or read or whatever I was doing.
Do you know anyone in Bowie, Maryland?
No,
Do you know anyone in Maryland?
no.
Okay. Did you make a phone call to Maryland?
I made a phone call. I don't know if it was to Maryland, but I did make a phone call.
To whom?
I think she called me,
Who's she?
the girl that he was trying to tell me to talk to.
This Tracy?
Yes.
Oh, she
Yes,
did
that's
call.
right.
She did call back, right?
She called, and we started to talk, and I said, you shouldn't get stuck with this phone bill. Give me your number. I'll call you back, so you won't have to pay the phone bill. She said, that's all right, and I said, no, let me do that. And I called her back.
Was that a long distance call?
Yes.
Where was she calling from?
As I just told you, I don't know.
What area code did you dial?
I don't remember.
You knew it was it across the country someplace?
I had no idea where it was.
What time was it?
I don't know.
And what did you and Tracy talk about?
Business, what she was talking about, business, things that she was trying to do. I believe living in L.A., what it was about, not being in the party scene, and essentially that.
Did you make arrangements to see her?
No.
To talk to her again?
I told her if she was in town to let Cato know, and maybe we can, come over and eat, or we can have lunch or something.
Had Cato met this woman before?
I assume so.
Okay.
I'm not supposed to. I assume he did,
Well,
yes.
why did you say let Cato know instead of let you know?
Because she was Cato's friend.
Did Cato arrange women for you from time to time?
I don't know
tried
what you
to.
mean by that.
Find dates for you?
He never did, but he tried to.
He never did in what sense? You didn't
I was
let
never
him?
interested.
But you used to talk to them, right?
Yeah.
He never succeeded in finding a successful match, is that what you're saying?
No, he never succeeded in getting me to go out with any of the girls that he wanted me to go out with.
Okay.
But that's a clever question. I'll give you a gold star for that one.
Yeah, if you didn't know where this person was calling you from, why were you concerned about the phone bill?
Because I knew she was out of town, and it was a long-distance call.
You knew it was long distance, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't know where.
I didn't know where.
Okay. Was Kaylin there when you made that call?
No.
Now, did you and Kaylin talk about your ex-wife, Nicole?
At that time,
Yes.
I don't think so.
No discussion at all about her?
I don't think so.
Did you tell Kaylin you were going to this recital?
Yeah,
You made a special trip back to attend this recital, right?
mainly yes.
Yeah, you were in the East, right?
Yes.
And your friend Bender tried to talk you into staying in the East, right?
I wish he had succeeded,
Why is that?
because then I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you.
What did you tell him when he suggested that you stay in the East?
I told him I thought about it. I came close to staying. But I felt I couldn't miss Sydney's recital, and plus we had a thing Saturday night. I could have taken Paula too, so thinking about it all, it was best just to come home and do that.
Did you talk to Nicole about that decision?
No.
When was the last time before the call you made to Nicole on the afternoon of June 12th that you had spoken to her before then?
Either Wednesday, I believe Wednesday night. Could have been Thursday night, but I'm pretty sure it was Wednesday night.
Was that a telephone call?
Yes.
And when was the last time you spoke to Nicole before she died?
Spoke with
Yes.
her? Like a conversation or
Yes.
something? 2 o'clock that day.
Of-
Through whatever, 18, whatever you said that was.
Last time you spoke to her?
Yeah, have a conversation with her, yes.
Last time you saw her?
Was at the recital.
Well, the last time you spoke to her, did you have a conversation with her at the recital?
No.
Okay. Now, did you tell this Tracy, or whoever this person was, about Nicole?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And did you tell Kaylin you were going to the recital?
Yeah.
And did you talk about meeting up with Nicole there?
I don't think so, no.
No discussion at all?
What do you mean, meeting up with Nicole at the recital?
The interaction that you would have with Nicole, seeing her there and what that would be like.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you fall asleep at all that day?
We've been through this.
I believe so, yes.
How long did you sleep?
I don't know.
When did you wake up?
Right before it was time to go to the recital.
When did Kaylin leave the house?
I don't know.
You slept on the couch?
Yes.
Okay. You got up around 4:45 and dressed, right?
Roughly, yeah.
And you were
Probably
late?
a little later than that because I felt I was really late.
Because you were sleeping.
I think I fell asleep. I mean, as I said, I was reading, I was watching TV, and I dozed off. I evidently dozed off, yes.
When you woke up, though, you immediately saw you were running late?
Yes.
And then showered, changed, and went?
Yes.
And you were no
I
place...
didn't shower, I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
I did not shower.
You did not shower?
No.
You changed and left?
Yes.
And you drove the Bentley over to the recital?
Yes.
And what time did you arrive at Paul Revere Junior High School?
I think just a little after 5.
And when you went into the recital, had it already begun?
Yes.
Was it dark?
I mean, dark, not like a movie theater dark, no, but you can see, you know. If I was in the back and they were sitting in the front row and turned around, I would be able to see them. Yes.
Were they sitting in the front row?
No.
Where were they sitting?
In the back row.
They being whom?
The family.
The Brown family?
Yeah, the Brown family and the Fishman family.
Meaning Ron and Cora?
Yes.
Did they have a child there too?
I believe so. One daughter was dancing. I can't remember if the other kids were there.
Now, when you got to the entrance, how did you get your ticket to enter?
I just told the lady my ticket is inside.
And did she let you in?
Yes.
And where did you go?
I went to the left of the auditorium and started walking down the left aisle. And at some point, Justin and Aaron ran up and grabbed me.
And what did you then do?
I followed them back out to the lobby, over to the right side of the theater, and asked Nicole for my ticket.
They saw you and came to you to tell you that you were going the wrong way, baby?
Yes.
And they brought you over to the right side?
Yes.
And you went over to Nicole
Yes.
and asked for your ticket?
Yes.
Did you say anything before that?
No.
What did you say?
I need the ticket.
And what did she say?
Oh. Here.
Did she get up?
No.
She handed it to you?
No, I think she handed it to Dominique, who handed it to me. They were in the middle of the row, and I was on the end of the row, and it was standing room only.
Now, when you were at the end of the road, you were talking across all those people to Nicole, who was in the middle?
Actually, I was trying to lean behind them and got their attention, and they just passed the thing over.
You were
to me.
standing up, right?
Yes.
And was there a seat saved for you?
Yes, but it was on the other side. Yes.
Other side of what?
The row.
Of the aisle?
Yes.
Was there any members of the family on that side?
Yes.
Who?
Denise, Lou, Judy.
And was there a seat next to them for you?
No.
Where was your seat?
My seat was in the back row corner seat.
How far from the family?
Justin was next to me. Justin and Aaron, or Sydney, depending who was there, were in the two seats next to me.
Sorry, Justin and Aaron are sitting.
Or Sydney they were up and gone. They were sitting in the two seats next to me. Then Nicole was seated in the fourth seat in. Then Dominique was seated next to her. Then directly in front of me was Denise, with Cora Fishman sitting next to her. Then directly in front of them were Lou Brown, Judy Brown, and Ron Fishman.
Were you in the same section as Nicole?
I was 2 seats from Nicole.
2 seats from Nicole?
Yeah, with 2 seats between us for our kids.
And they were sitting there the whole time?
No, as I told you, they were up and moving around.
So the seats were largely empty?
Not largely empty. Sometimes they were all there, and I would have Justin sit in my lap.
Okay, and then who was next to your left?
Either Aaron or Sydney.
Who was to your right?
Nobody. An aisle. People were standing because it was standing room only.
You had an aisle seat?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you leave at some time during the recital?
Yes.
What time did you leave?
I don't know.
How long into the recital did you leave?
Roughly 19 dances.
Did you have a program?
Yes.
Did it show where your daughter was in the order?
Yes.
Near the end, you said?
Yes.
And when you left, did you tell anyone where you were going?
No.
Before you sat down, by the way, did you talk to anybody, like who was outside, and
No.
see any friends?
People said hello to me and stuff, but nobody in particular.
No conversation?
No.
Why did you get up to leave?
Because I noticed that the fathers were giving as the kids were finishing their dances, they'd be leaving, and they'd have these bouquet of roses and things, and I had forgotten to get Sydney flowers.
Did you ask Nicole whether she had any for you?
No.
Okay. And you didn't tell anybody where you were going?
No.
Did you tell them you would be back?
No.
Okay. And you got up and left?
Yes.
Got in your car?
Yes.
This is the Bentley, right?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I drove to a florist.
Where?
On Gorham, I believe it's Gorham and San Vicente.
And bought some flowers there?
Yes.
And no stops in between, right?
No.
And what did you buy?
Roses, I believe. Yes.
For Sydney?
For Sydney.
Anybody else?
No.
And you came back then
Yes.
and parked and went back in
Yes.
and sat in the same place? And you,
Pretty much so, yes.
or a different place?
I think it was the same place.
And were you carrying the roses in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. Did you miss your daughter's performance?
No.
And then she came on and performed at some point?
Yes.
And when did it end?
Whenever it ended, I don't know.
What time was it?
I have no idea.
What happened when it ended?
You mean the whole program or his daughter's dance?
The whole program. All right, did you stay till the end?
Mm-mm.
Okay. After your daughter's
Sorry, that was no.
That was no.
after your daughter's performance was over, the program was still going on?
Yes.
Did you get up to leave?
Yes.
Did the rest of the family get up to leave?
Some did, some didn't.
Who got up?
Nicole and Dominique left. I think everybody but Judy and Lou.
Did you get up before Nicole and Dominique?
No.
Okay, they got up first.
Yes.
And then after they got up and left, you got up and left, right?
Yeah, when I was standing I stood up and stood at the entry looking for Sydney.
And did she come to you?
No, I didn't see her.
Okay. Did you see her before the program was over?
I believe so, yes.
And when did you see her?
Well, just minutes later, Ron Fishman had his camera, and Justin was running around and was said, "Where's Sydney?" And then I saw Sydney walking over to the side of the building, and I called her. And she came up, and Ron Fishman was going to take some pictures, but he only had one shot left, and he took the shot.
You
And I
gave
gave her
Sydney
the
the flowers?
Yes.
Okay, did you pick her up?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
And you asked Fishman to take a picture
No,
of you?
he had asked earlier, do you have a camera, you want to take a picture of the kids? You and Sydney, this was earlier. And
When
I said,
earlier?
When I first walked out. And I said, sure. And then when I saw Sydney, which was a few minutes later, he took the picture.
Okay, so when you got up to walk out, you spoke for a bit to Fishman?
Yes.
What'd you talk about?
He was, at that point, was taking the pictures.
That's about it, right?
Yeah.
Now, after the picture was taken, then what happened?
He was telling me about Faye Resnick.
Now, where are you talking to him now at this point?
I think we're inside the, the lobby of the auditorium.
Performance still going on?
I don't know.
Okay. And where was Nicole and Dominique?
I have no idea.
Did you ask?
Ask Ron Fishman?
Yes.
No.
Or ask anybody else?
No.
Did you try to talk to Nicole?
I didn't see her.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Okay. So you were chatting with Fishman about Resnick.
Well, he was telling me. I was listening.
What did he say?
He was saying, oh boy, what's happening? What's all the stuff that was going on, basically. That Fishman was, that Faye was in a rehab, and Christian and Nicole had an argument, and just that crap.
What did you say?
For him, I said, man, I tell you, get a lawyer, get a shrink, get away from it.
What else did you say?
That was just about it.
When you said get away from it, what did you mean? Get away from what?
He and his wife were having big problems, and this guy was going wacko. And I was saying, get away from it. It was just eating at him.
Did you say anything to him in reference to the Resnick discussion?
No.
Did you comment at all about that?
I might have, but I don't recall what it was.
And how long did that conversation last?
A few minutes, I guess.
Did you talk to any other friends there?
I mean, people came by and said hi and hey, what's going on? And I think I took a picture or two with other kids. Yes.
Did you see any of your other friends there?
I've seen a lot of people I knew there, yes. I mean,
Can you
these are
name
all
the people that spoke to you, that you know?
The coach of my daughter's basketball team spoke to me. Just
What's his name?
her name. I can't think of her name right now. I helped coach the team with him, but I can't think of her name right now. And I apologize. But I think you guys have her nemy. Just I have everybody talk to me. So Garvey lady spoke to me. Just people. I mean, just everybody that was there. I mean, these people I've seen for years, and they all speak, and you say, hey, what's going on? Hi, blah, 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 blah. Sydney's beautiful. Oh, your girl looked great.
What was your mood that evening, that time?
Normal.
Normal?
Yeah.
Were you upset about anything?
I might have been bothered by what Fishman was saying. It was sad what he was saying.
About his own personal problems with his wife?
About the whole thing.
What
About all
whole
of
thing?
it. About Faye Resnick having to be put in a rehab. Nicole not telling Christian, but telling her ex-husband. I mean, it's not. I felt bad for him. It was not nice stuff to hear.
Other than that, were you feeling normal?
Yes.
Okay. And then, what did you do after you spoke to Fishman? Did you leave?
No, I walked outside and was talking with Lou Brown, and I think Ron was joining us, and the kids were running around.
You struck up a conversation with Lou?
I don't know if I struck up a conversation with Lou or Lou struck up a conversation with me, but
What did
we
you
were all
talk about?
talking. Just all kind of crap, whatever was happening, what's going on, blah blah blah, whatever this and that.
Did you and he talk about Nicole?
I don't think so. I think Judy at one point, when she was worried about Nicole, or where they were, or if they were going to dinner, at that point, Lou and I was teasing Lou about Nicole, about avoiding Nicole.
That you were trying to avoid Nicole?
That's why I wasn't going to dinner, yes.
Did they talk to you about going to dinner?
Judy was running around really agitated about where was Nicole. I thought we were going to dinner. Has anybody seen Nicole? So she at this point was asking various people where was Nicole, and said, I thought we were going to dinner. I guess we're going to dinner. And at one point, I think Nicole and them were beginning to drive up, and she said to me, words to effect, Judita, words to the effect, and it would have been a question at the end. you're not going to dinner with us, or are you going to dinner with us, or something like that. And I said, oh, no. And then Lou and I start teasing about it, and that's what you saw in the video. When you saw Lou and I laughing as we were walking over there and stuff, that's what we're laughing at. We're talking about women.
Did Judita invite you to dinner?
No, I think it was more of a question than anything. She was just talking about dinner, but I don't think it was her place to invite me. But that's neither here nor there.
And did Nicole invite you?
No,
Did anyone invite you?
no.
Was there some tension between Nicole and you?
That day, no, not at all. Not for me, anyway, but
do you
maybe
feel-
maybe from her.
Do you believe that she had some tension towards you then, at that evening?
How would you know? I mean, that calls for pure
He
speculation.
knew this woman for 17 years. He could tell.
But she didn't give me anything negative. She didn't exude anything negative towards me. No.
You felt everything was normal between the two of you for that evening?
Yes, for that evening, yes.
You didn't feel that she was ignoring you or avoiding you?
No, not at all.
You didn't feel that she was making a point of not being polite or pleasant with you?
I don't think she made a point not to be polite.
And do you
at
think
all.
she was polite and pleasant towards you?
I just did not pay any attention to it, so I don't know. I know I made a point to avoid her
Why?
because I had been avoiding her,
Why?
because I didn't want any hassles.
Well, we're going to stop here because he has to change the tape.
Yeah.
This is the end of
Just
tape
take
number
a short
2,
break.
volume
We'll finish up and go to 5.
It's approximately 3:31, and we are off the record.
Now, back to the recital for a moment. There was a break during the performance, right? The intermission.
I don't recall.
And you were there during that intermission, right?
I don't recall that there was a break. If there was, unless it was before the 19th or so dance, I would have been there, yes.
Did you sit in the same seat all the time that you were sitting there?
Yes.
Now, during the break, you sat in the, you stood in the middle of the door and stared at Nicole, right?
Wait a minute, there's no foundation for that. I'm an instructor, not The
That's-
foundation even knows that there's a break.
You were standing in the doorway, staring at Nicole at some point during this recital. Is that true?
No, that's not true.
In fact, you were staring at her quite a bit during the recital, weren't you?
No, that's not true.
And you were upset with her, right?
No.
There was this tension between the two of you, right?
I didn't think so, no.
You felt tension, right?
No.
You were not, you were sitting at some point about 3 or 4 rows behind her, correct?
That would have been impossible,
Why is that?
because she was sitting in the last row of the auditorium the whole time.
The entire time.
Yes.
And you were staring at her, weren't you?
No.
Have you spoken to anybody who agrees with you that Nicole was sitting in the back row?
I don't know what that means, I'm sorry.
Have you spoken to anybody about where Nicole was sitting at that recital?
No.
And have you spoken to someone who said to you that she was sitting in the last row the entire time?
No.
There were 3 sections of seats, correct?
Yes.
And Nicole was sitting in the middle section, correct?
Wrong.
What section?
The right side section.
And there was a middle section and a left section.
I believe so, yes.
And you're saying that she was sitting in the last row of the right section the entire time.
Yes.
And you were sitting on the right seat of that last row, 2 seats from her.
Yes.
So you were the farthest corner seat, correct?
Yes.
And that's the only seat you occupied?
Yes.
And the only seat you saw Nicole occupied was next to you, 3 seats away to your left. Is that right?
She may have moved over once or twice, but basically, yes.
Okay. Now, when you were speaking to Ron Fishman, he was telling you that he was extremely upset with Nicole, right?
No.
He told you that he had just discovered that his wife was having an affair with a young African-American man. Is that right?
No.
He didn't mention anything of the sort to you?
Correct.
Did you hear that from him at a prior time?
No.
At any time?
No.
Did he tell you that his wife was having an affair and that he had just found out?
No.
Did he tell you that Nicole was helping to cover up his wife's whereabouts?
No.
Nothing of the sort ever occurred between you and Fishman? No such
Correct.
conversation?
No such conversation.
Okay. Now, wasn't it unusual for you to not go to dinner with the family?
If there is a foundation for usualness.
Yeah,
after-
what is usual?
Well, you know, you went to a function with your children and their mother and their grandparents, and you had time to go to dinner, didn't you?
Yes.
And didn't you feel it was unusual that you weren't being invited to attend dinner with the family?
No.
Why not?
I felt if I wanted to go, I would have gone, and Nicole would have been the only one that would have had any say, and it wouldn't have bothered her if I went.
You felt you had the right to invite yourself?
Yes.
And at that moment in time, you felt that had you invited yourself, that it would not have bothered Nicole?
Yes.
Is that what your testimony is?
Yes.
But you chose not to?
Yes.
For what reason?
Because I didn't want to be there.
You said you wanted to avoid Nicole, right?
Yes.
And that's why you didn't go, right?
Yes.
And you don't believe Nicole was trying to avoid you, right?
No.
Correct?
Correct.
When you got, did you go directly home from the recital? Let me back up. After you were chatting with Lou Brown, as you previously described, what did you then do?
Said goodbye to the family and went to my car and drove home.
Did you ever see Nicole to say goodbye to her?
No.
Did you see her?
Yes.
When did you see her?
When they drove up in the car,
Whose car?
her car.
With Denise in it?
No.
Who was in it?
Sydney.
Just Sydney and Nicole?
I believe Nicole might have been alone. Sydney may have been in Dominique's car.
Is this after you had given the flowers to Sydney, had your picture taken
Yeah.
and so forth?
Yeah.
Okay. And did she drive up near you?
No, they drove up near the front, and we all walked towards the driveway in the front of the, the area.
And when you saw her drive up, she stopped the vehicle?
Yes.
And what did she do?
I don't know. I wasn't watching her. I was talking to the family, saying goodbye to the family.
Did you go over to say goodbye to her?
No.
And then you left?
Yes.
Okay. That's the last time you saw Nicole?
Yeah.
In the car?
Yeah.
And she was sitting down
Mm-hmm.
in the front seat?
Yeah.
Did you see her get out of the car?
No.
What was she wearing that evening?
I don't recall. I think a blue dress.
Was it a long dress or short dress or medium dress or what?
Probably medium short.
And did she look nice?
She always looks great.
Can you tell me a little bit more about her appearance that evening and what she was wearing and so forth?
No.
A single dress outfit?
Yes.
Would you characterize it as a short dress
Yeah.
above the knees?
I would think so, yes. Or at the knees. I don't know.
How far above the knees?
I don't know.
Did she have any jewelry on?
I really didn't look at her, so I couldn't tell you. I didn't really stare to see what jewelry she had on or anything. I didn't look at her that
Was
closely.
her dress a black dress, Mr. Simpson?
I thought it was blue.
Short sleeves?
Yes.
Or were there straps?
I think there were straps.
Okay. Low cut dress?
Maybe.
Okay. And what kind of shoes did she have on?
I didn't look to see.
Did she have any hosiery on?
I would just, no, I don't know, but I would say probably not.
And you noticed no jewelry.
I didn't really look at her to see what she had on, really.
How was her hair fixed?
I don't recall, like it always is.
Which was what?
Regular.
Did she have any hair pieces on
I didn't really look hard to
it?
see.
Bows or ribbons or anything?
I didn't
like
look to see.
that? Now, when you left there, you drove in your Bentley straight to Rockingham?
Yeah.
And when you got to Rockingham, what did you do?
Like, I may have gone to the restroom.
Let me back up. Where did you park your car?
I pulled it inside.
In the Ashford entrance, right?
Yes.
And where you parked it is where the Bentley was last parked that evening, right?
Well, the same area, yeah.
In other words, you didn't drive it again, is that correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So you parked the Bentley in the driveway,
Yeah, wherever, the parking area.
got out of the Bentley,
Yeah.
and then what did you do?
I went in my house.
And you were alone, right?
Yeah.
And you entered the front door?
Yeah,
Was the
I
alarm
believe so.
on?
I don't recall.
And what did you do then?
I know, I may have gone to the restroom. I was going to go to Paula's. And I believe Cato came in.
What time is it now when you arrived at the house?
I don't recall.
What's your best estimate of the time?
7 o'clock maybe. That could be wrong, could be 6 o'clock, whatever length of time it took the affair to end, and I was 3 or 4 minutes away from my house.
No stops in between?
No.
Okay. And when you got into the house, did you make any calls from the Bentley on the way home?
No.
Did you have a phone in that car?
I don't believe so, no.
Where was your cell phone?
Probably in the Bronco.
Okay. And that was parked out on Ashford?
Yes.
And then when you went inside?
No. Yes, yes. I believe Ashford, yes.
What you previously said.
Yes.
When you went inside, what did you then do?
At some point, Cato came in. I know I was getting ready to go to Paula's.
Still dressed in the clothing you wore to the recital?
Yes. And I was going to go to Paula's. I believe I put a call in to Paula's. But Cato came. And Cato came, and then Cato and I just started talking.
Where?
I think, I'm not sure, but I think we're still in the kitchen, but we could have been in my TV room.
What number did you call for Paula?
Probably her home number.
Did you call the 305 number also?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
And what did Kaylin and you talk about?
The game,
What game?
whatever game was on that day.
This was in your family room?
There or the kitchen, I don't remember what place. The game, he asked me about the recital. I think I told him I had spoken to his friend who had called, and just boy talk.
What does that mean?
Most of the time when boys talk, they talk about girls.
You were talking about you having called this woman?
Yeah, I told him I had spoken with her. She was very nice.
And what did you talk about concerning the recital?
Oh, that Sydney was really something to see.
Was that it?
Yeah, he may have said something about Nicole.
What did he say?
I don't remember. He asked me how was Nicole, and said she was gorgeous, and we talked about women, you know. I may have told him a little about what was going on. I may have told him a little about what was going on with these girls. I'm not sure.
What girls?
Cora, Faye, Nicole.
What did you say in that regard?
I don't know. So I'm not sure, but I could have spoken to him about Cora and the women.
What did you say about Nicole?
I don't remember.
You have no recollection at all?
No.
Did you tell did you tell Kaylin that you were upset with Nicole's attire?
No.
Did you tell him that you were upset that her dress was too short?
No, I may have made a comment about women, these girls, I think in connection with the Tracy Adele being a businesswoman and these other girls relying on their sex appeal, wearing short skirts and stuff, and what are they going to do when they get older?
When they're
Words
grandmas?
to that effect, yeah.
Did you make
I
that
think it wasn't
comment?
short skirts. I think it was more tight than short.
Tight skirts.
Yeah.
Nicole had on a tight skirt that night.
No. No, I think it was...
You can't. Want some water? Okay.
Nicole had on a
tight skirt that night, right?
No.
Did you tell Kaylin that Nicole was wearing a black miniskirt?
I don't think she was.
Did you tell Kaylin that?
I wouldn't have told him that if she didn't wear that.
In reference to Nicole, did you say to Kaylin, what is she going to wear when she's a grandma? Is she going to wear those dresses when she's a grandma?
I don't think quite the way you said it. I may have referred to these girls, speaking of the group as the general, when they get older, they ain't doing nothing now. What are they going to do when they get their grandma? I can see them when they're grandmothers, because I've said this many times. I can see them with their grandmothers, even to Nicole, walking around with these tight, short skirts, and we used to laugh about it.
You, by your actions and your demeanor and your comments to Kaylin, you were expressing that you were upset with the way Nicole was dressed. Is
Not
that
at
right?
all. Not at all.
You were expressing that you were upset that she would not let you see the kids, correct?
I don't think so. Not talking about her dresses, about seeing the kids. No, I don't think Nicole would ever keep me from seeing my kids. No.
Didn't you tell Kaylin that you were upset that she wasn't letting you see the kids that night?
I don't think I said, Cato, I was upset, using your words. I don't think I used that word at all.
Did you use a word that means the same?
I don't think so at all.
Did you tell them that you were unhappy or upset or disappointed, or that you were not invited to dinner and that you were not included in this family outing?
Not at all.
You said no such thing, is that right?
Exactly.
Did you tell them that you wanted to spend time with the children this evening?
No.
And they- Okay. How did you get into a discussion with Kaylin about Nicole?
We were talking about women, and he was asking about the recital.
Did you tell Kaylin that you were pissed off towards Nicole?
No.
Or pissed off at all?
No.
Were you?
No.
Were you feeling upset or angry at all?
No.
Were you feeling depressed,
No.
unhappy?
No.
None of those feelings?
No.
Were you feeling upbeat?
I think I was tired.
How would you describe your mood and demeanor when you were talking to Kaylin?
Kicked back, tired, laid back.
Not upset about anything?
No.
Did you tell Kaylin what Fishman said?
I may have. I think I may have.
Can you think of anything else that you and Kaylin discussed?
No.
You were still in your clothing from your recital, right?
Yes.
What did you then do?
I changed.
What did Kaylin do?
I don't know.
By the way, how did he get into your house?
If I was in the family room and he was walking by, I would have let him in the back door. Otherwise, if I was in the kitchen, he walked into the kitchen area where I was. When I saw him, I may have let him in there.
In either event, he would not have invited himself in,
No.
right? He would have
No.
had to be invited by you, right?
Well, if he'd have saw me, he could have knocked on the door and said, hey, and I would have said, come on in, yes.
But he would not just have come in on his own.
He's never done that, I don't think, not with me around.
Okay.
No.
Did he tell you, when you went to change, did he leave the house?
Well, when we finished talking, he left the house.
Where did he go?
You have to ask him.
Did he ask you if he could use the jacuzzi?
He may have, yes. That may have been when he asked me about the jacuzzi.
What did you say?
Yeah.
He needed permission to use the jacuzzi, right?
Well, he asked me.
Is that the first time he ever asked you?
As far as I know, yes.
You went upstairs and changed, right?
Yes.
What'd you do with your shoes?
Which
You said you had some black loafers on.
took them off upstairs.
Where'd you put them?
Probably in my closet where I changed.
What'd you do with your socks?
If I had on socks, I either put them in the shoes or in the drawer.
in the drawer?
Drawer, yes.
Did you have on a pair of socks?
I don't recall.
If you were wearing socks, what color would they have been?
They're black.
Do you remember if you were wearing socks?
No.
Did you have, what'd you do with your pants?
Hung them up.
In the closet, right?
Yes.
The sock drawer was in the closet, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And what about the shirt
Hung it up.
and the jacket?
Yes. Well, I folded it, put it on a shelf.
Okay, and then you put on the golf pants and the golf shirt, right?
Yes.
Reeboks and white socks, right?
No, not Reeboks, just white socks at that point in time.
Okay. And what'd you do then?
I went downstairs and I packed my suit. I packed my suit. Put it together inside of that suit bag and laid out my Louis Vuitton bag and probably put some socks and underwear in that. Then I went downstairs and then no,
Did you make any phone calls?
I don't believe so.
Did you make any phone calls at all from the time you got back to Rockingham from the recital until the time you called Barbieri on your cell phone at 10:03?
Yes.
Who did you call?
I called a girl named Gretchen,
Who was Gretchen?
a friend of mine.
Was she a friend at that time?
Yes.
A girlfriend?
She was a girl and she was a friend, yes.
Did you have a romantic relationship with
No.
her? Had you ever?
No.
How long had you known her?
On and off. When I say on and off, I knew her and her boyfriend 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years.
Did she have a boyfriend at the time?
I don't believe so.
And how did you know that?
And she told me.
When had you last spoken to her before June 12th?
2 or 3 weeks prior to that.
Were you contemplating dating her?
Possibly.
Did you discuss that with her 2
No.
or 3 weeks before?
No.
But you knew she was unattached, right?
Well, 2 or 3 weeks previous, I knew she was unattached.
And you hadn't heard from her since, right?
No.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you called her?
Yes.
And tell me about that phone call.
It was a message machine on, and I just left a message.
What was the message you left?
I don't know.
In substance, what was it?
What's going on? What are you up to? I'm around. I'm alone. Something like that. And I'll be back in town. Give me a buzz. Let me know what's going on with you.
Did this call occur before or after you changed your clothes?
I don't remember.
Was Kaylin in the room at the time?
No.
Before or after you spoke to Kaylin?
I don't know.
What's your best recollection?
I don't have one.
Did she live in Lomita, Gretchen Stockdale?
I don't think so.
Let me show you a telephone call at 7:32 p.m. on June 12th from your Rockingham residence to Lomita. This is Exhibit 40. Tell me if that's the call that you made to Stockdale.
Where is it now?
It's 7:32 p.m.
I don't recognize the phone number, but it could very well be.
Time about right?
Yeah,
What did you have you told me everything you said in the message?
for the most part, that I recall, yes.
Did you say something in the message to the effect that, hi, this is OJ, I'm unattached for the first time in my life?
Possibly.
Was that true?
Possibly.
Why were you unattached from Paula at that time?
Well, Paul and I was trying to get back together. I didn't consider Paul and I an attachment or an unattachment.
You didn't consider Paula
An unattachment or total attachment, but I don't think I was really thinking about Paula at that time.
you previously testified that at that time you were involved in a monogamous romantic relationship with Paula.
That's correct.
You didn't consider that an attachment?
Well, we were being monogamous, and we were working on putting our relationship back together, yes.
But you were trying to establish another relationship with Gretchen on the
No,
12th,
I was
right?
not. No, I was not doing that
But
at
you
all.
did say you were unattached for the first time in your life, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Did Stockdale ever call you back, by the way?
No.
Never heard back from her?
No.
Okay. After you changed and came downstairs, what did you do?
What do you mean? Are we talking about phone calls now, or
Well,
just?
you went upstairs, you changed, you laid out your baton, you came downstairs, you said
Yes.
socks with no shoes on, right?
Well, yes.
Okay, and what did you do?
Phone calls, I don't know where they fell in here.
What phone calls?
Well, you were just asking me about phone calls.
No.
Now you're going to another subject.
No, that's one call you made to Stockdale. Were there other calls?
Yes.
Who did you call?
Christian Reichart, Sidney Simpson, maybe Michelle. I may have returned the call to Michelle, I'm not sure.
Who's Michelle?
She was my ex-housekeeper.
Abderrang?
Yes. I'm not sure of that, but I may have seen. It just seems as if I spoke to her that night.
Sydney's your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, and Christian was Faye's boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay, now, did you make any other phone calls?
I don't think so.
Did you make one to each of these three people?
Yes.
And these calls were all made from your Rockingham residence?
Yes.
What telephone?
Either the kitchen or the TV room.
And this is after you had changed back into your golf clothes, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Yesterday you said you couldn't recall the color of the shirt. Can you recall it today?
No.
Now, were all these three calls, well, tell me what time they all took place.
All before I went to get a hamburger.
You went to get a hamburger around 9 o'clock
Yeah.
p.m.
I believe so.
Okay. And what was the order of these three calls?
I don't know.
Did you go to get a hamburger earlier than 9 p.m.?
No.
What did you say to Christian Reichard? What did he say to you?
I just asked him how he was doing, and he told me somewhat of basically of what had transpired.
With Faye's intervention?
Yes.
Was that the only subject discussed?
Yes. Oh, and us getting together.
You
that
and
week.
Christian?
Yeah, I told him maybe Paula had a friend, and that I'd be back in town, and possibly we can have dinner Wednesday night.
Any discussion about the recital?
No,
About Nicole?
no. Other than the intervention,
Nothing else?
nothing else.
Who did you call? Well, you don't remember the order of the call.
No, I don't.
What was your call with Michelle about?
I don't recall. Maybe I don't really recall. That's why I don't. It just seems that I spoke to her that day, but I can't really recall if I did or didn't.
Do you even remember whether it was in the evening that you made this call to Michelle?
No.
Could have been earlier.
Yeah, it could have been early.
Same thing with Christian?
No, Christian was after the recital.
You told him what Fishman had told you?
Yeah, I was calling to see how he was doing. It sounded like he had a tough time.
Michelle could have been earlier. And Sydney? When did you call Sydney?
Somewhere in that period of time,
Where did you call Sydney?
at her house,
Where was that?
on Bundy.
Was anyone home?
Yes,
Who answered?
Nicole.
And what did you say when she answered?
I need to speak to Sydney.
Did you say hello to her?
I don't recall.
Did she say anything to you?
No.
Did you say, this is OJ?
No.
You just said, let me speak to Sydney.
No, I say, is Sydney still up? Words to that effect.
What did she say?
She got Sydney.
What did she say?
She got Sydney.
Now, did she say anything to you?
She got Sydney.
Did she say, yes, she is, I'll go get her?
She got Sydney.
Well, I'm not asking you what she did. I'm asking you if she said anything in response to your statement.
No.
Okay. Now, how long did it take for Sydney to get on the phone?
I don't know.
What time was this call?
I don't know.
But you clearly fixed it prior to going to get the hamburger.
Yes.
Did you ask, tell me about the discussion with Sidney Simpson.
No, it wasn't a discussion. I was just telling her how great she was, and I told her that I'd be back by next weekend, and I may not get back till Saturday because of a wedding I was going to in San Francisco, and but we were definitely going to Knott's Berry Farm on Sunday.
Going where, I'm sorry?
Knott's Berry Farm on Sunday.
You told her that you might not be back into town until next weekend?
Next week, because normally it was my weekend to have them. I'd get them on Friday, but I wouldn't be able to get her till Saturday. Daddy wouldn't be around Friday, but I'd definitely be there Saturday.
The following Saturday, you
The
meant?
following Saturday,
You were coming back Monday or Tuesday from Chicago.
Yeah, but then I had to go to San Diego for a Hertz thing Wednesday, and then Thursday to San Francisco for another Hertz thing and a wedding with Paula.
On what day?
We were going to leave probably Thursday because I wanted to show her my neighborhood.
And whose wedding was that?
A friend of hers.
What's her name?
I don't know.
Did that person get married
Yes.
on the day,
Yes.
scheduled day?
Yes.
You don't remember her name?
No.
You had made plans to go to Knott's Berry with Sidney and Justin?
Yes.
And had you communicated that to Nicole?
No.
No. How long, what else did you say to Sidney?
That was essentially it.
And what'd she say to you?
She loved me. Love you, Daddy. See you next week.
That was
words
it?
to that effect, yeah.
And then you,
Wasn't a long conversation.
did you ask to speak to Justin?
No.
And you hung up?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't know. No, if I do, I'm going to have to be in trouble because I need to pee.
Yes, well, there's no use being uncomfortable. You need
Yeah.
to be.
Well, I'm into this.
Yeah,
Now, it was, I'm sorry.
he needs to, he didn't make this pit stop. We'll just take a 2-second cover break,
Yeah.
be right back.
We're lucky. This is unusual. Normally I pee about every half hour.
Thank you for sharing.
Hit, Rod.
We are back on the record now, and the time is approximately 4:32.
When was the last time before this occasion on the evening of June 12th that you called the Bundy house, Nicole answered, and you didn't even say hello to her?
Maybe a week before.
You did the same thing then?
Yes.
And what was the last time before then?
Probably doing a long period of time the year before.
This was behavior that you would engage in toward her when you were not feeling good towards her?
When I was avoiding her, yes. I don't know if that's behavior. I call and people call me and says, Jason home? And I say, yeah, and I get Jason. I call her and say, Sydney there? She gets her. I don't know if that's a behavior. I don't understand what you mean by behavior.
Well, you don't think there was anything unusual about calling her, her answering the phone and not saying a word to her other than let me speak to Sydney?
Yeah, is Sydney there? Is Sydney still out? No, I don't think that's unusual. No.
But in other words, you were not trying to be friendly and towards her, right?
I was calling to speak to Sydney.
You were not attempting to engage her in any kind of conversation, correct?
True.
You were trying to avoid her, as you said, right?
No, in this instance, I was trying to speak to Sydney.
But you've been trying to avoid her earlier.
I wasn't trying. I was succeeding for the most part.
You were trying and succeeding to avoid her.
Yes.
You were angry at her, right?
No.
Now, you got into an argument with her on this call, didn't you?
No.
And you made her cry, didn't you?
No.
And your daughter Sydney overheard that, didn't she?
No.
You positive?
Positive.
But you were angry at her, weren't you?
No.
You deny that?
Yes.
Don't answer. You've taken wide latitude, and I let you have wide latitude, but you're way out of bounds.
I've taken appropriate latitude.
Well, that's in the eyes of the beholder, and I don't think so.
Was that the last phone call you made that evening before calling Paula later on at 10 o'clock or thereabouts?
I believe so, yes.
What did you do after you got off the phone with Sydney?
I don't know, because I don't know what time I got off the phone with Sydney.
What did you do next
Next when?
after you hung up?
I don't know during that period of time what time I got off the phone with Sydney, so I can't really say what I did next.
Okay. Were you with anyone?
No.
You were alone in the house, right?
Yes.
And were you packing
At what point are we talking now?
when you got off the phone with Sydney and before you went to McDonald's?
Well, that's enough. That's argumentative in view of what he just told you.
Well, I don't, trying to,
No, you're not. You're just
Of
trying
course-
to trip him up.
of course, trip him up. Why?
Why?
I-
What a shocking
What?
assertion. And in view of his testimony that he doesn't know what time it was.
Well, I didn't ask
I'm
him what time it was. I would just want to know, without regard to the time, what you did next.
If you can sequence it, tell him. If you can't,
I
tell him
can't,
you
because
can't.
I don't know exactly what time it was that I called any of these people.
Well, you did say that it was before you went to get a hamburger.
Yes, I do know that.
After you hung up with Sydney, is the next thing that you remember then getting a hamburger?
I don't recall what the next thing was. I may have talked to Christian, may have been the next thing. I don't recall what the next thing was.
After you made the calls to Christian and Sydney, is the next thing you remember getting a hamburger?
I really don't recall exactly when that was, so I can't tell you exactly what it was we got a hamburger.
When you got home and after you changed, other than making the phone calls to Christian and Sydney, can you remember a single thing that you did?
Yes.
What?
I packed. I got my car and brought it in and got my clubs out of it. And I put my clubs in the golf bag.
When you said you packed, you had already laid out the Louis Vuitton bag
Yes.
in the closet, correct?
Yes.
You had already put your socks and underwear in it, right?
I believe so, yes.
When you just said now that you packed after these phone calls, what did you mean?
Oh, I thought you said to me after I got home.
That wasn't the
Will you go back to the question he asked me?
Well, let me
Yeah,
ask
well,
you,
No, I
let's
asked
go
him,
back.
would you go
Yeah.
back to the question he asked me?
please, feel free to go back.
Question, when you said you packed, you had already laid out the Louis Vuitton bag, answer yes. Question, in the closet, correct? Answer yes. Question, you had already put your socks and underwear in it, right? Answer, I believe so. Question, when you just said now you packed after these phone calls, what did you mean?
He didn't say he packed after the phone calls.
He did too.
No, you gotta go back to the
Let me
previous.
go back to the prior
You go
question.
back to the prior question.
Let's go back.
Go back to 304.
No.
This answer?
Why don't
This
we?
question, when you got home and after you changed, other than making the phone calls to Christian and Sydney, can you remember a single thing that you did? Answer, yes. Question, what? Answer, I packed, I got my car and brought it in, and I got my clubs and out of it, and I put my clubs in the golf bag. Question, when you said you packed, you had already laid out the Louis Vuitton bag. Answer, yes. Question, in the closet, correct? Answer, yes. Question, you had already put your socks and underwear in it, right? Answer, I believe so, yes. Question, when you just said now you packed after these phone calls, what did you mean?
Very clever, but we're not buying your questions or because you ask him other than. So,
Not after.
yeah. So he answered your question correctly.
Okay. Are you unable to sequence, to use your counsel's word, the order of the following events after you came back and after you talked to Cato Kalin? And I'm talking about after you came back from the recital now.
Yeah.
After you spoke to Kalin, right?
Yeah.
Changing clothes, packing, phone calls to Sydney, phone call to Sydney, and phone call to Christian.
That's a compound.
Are you able to sequence those for me?
That's compound in the events, and he's already sequenced part of those for you.
Yeah, I believe he said that he went upstairs and he changed.
That's right.
Okay, now, so let's, after changing, did you pack before you made the phone calls to Sydney and Christian?
I began to pack
Okay.
before I made the phone calls to Sydney and Christian.
Okay. Did you pull the Bronco in before you called Sydney and Christian?
I don't recall.
Okay. Tell me about pulling the Bronco in. You walked out the door and went out the Ashford,
Yeah, I went out on Ashford.
and what did you do?
I pulled the Bronco in, took the golf clubs off, packed the golf clubs in, got my, cover of it, packed my golf clubs into the cover, pulled the Bronco outside of the gate, and I believe I grabbed my phone at that point and ran back in.
When you pulled the golf clubs out, you put it in the cover bag and put it out on the south bench, correct?
Yeah, my cover bag was in my lobby.
Right.
I'm in my foyer.
And did you pull anything else out besides the golf clubs?
At that point in time, I don't believe so.
Like the cell phone case or
Well,
the...
as I just said, I pulled the Bronco out and believe I got my cell phone when I came back in from outside.
I'm confused. When did you get your cell
That's
phone?
not the test.
When did you get your cell phone in from the Bronco?
When I parked the Bronco.
When I,
In that period of time when I pulled the Bronco out and I came back in, I had my cell phone.
Okay. So you were parked on Ashford, but when you parked after taking your golf clubs out, you parked on Rockingham. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Why didn't you park on Ashford where you always park?
Because I didn't want my dog to go out, and I was trying to keep my dog from going out on the street.
Doesn't that happen whenever you pull your Bronco out?
Yeah. Normally what I do when I'm leaving, I sit in the gate until the door is beginning to close,
I'm
then I
sorry.
go.
Wait, wait. You're gonna have to start that answer again.
Normally when I'm leaving,
Yeah.
I sit in the gate.
In the morning, if I'm taking the Bentley, I'll sit in the gate, open the gate, pull up to the gate, I'll sit there until the gate begin to close, and I'll leave. That's what most of the people who have lived at my house do, so that our dogs don't go out.
And did you do that on this occasion when you were pulling the Bronco out?
No, because I can see that I didn't see the dog near me, and I pulled it out and came back in real quick so that he couldn't go out. She wouldn't go out. And also because I don't think I had my door key, and I didn't want to walk all the way around.
When you pulled the Bronco out and parked it, you were able to get back in through the Rockingham gate before it closed?
Yes.
You didn't have your keys with you?
Even if I didn't have, I didn't have my keys with me,
You
yes.
did not.
No, I didn't.
And that's when you took the cell phone out with you,
Yes.
but not the windbreaker or the cell phone case?
No.
What time is it when you parked the Bronco?
I don't know. It was in that period of time, though.
Now, you knew that you were going to be gone for a few days, right?
Yes.
You were prepared to leave the Bronco out on Rockingham?
Yes. Gigi may have used it when she got there Monday, but yes,
She had
I
a
was.
key to it?
Always kept a key in the house.
Is when you usually park, well, with Ron, whenever you park the Bronco on Rockingham, how do you get back in through the gate?
Whenever?
Yeah, when you park the Bronco on Rockingham, how do you get back into the property?
Sometimes with a key, sometimes if I had the puncher in the Bronco, or the clicker, or whatever you call that. But back in, normally, the only other times that I recall parking on Rockingham was normally because of getting my newspaper, or, people park somewhere, or I see somebody I know or something.
Without the key, you still could have parked on Ashford and pushed open the Ashford gate and gotten into that property, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
But that would have required you to walk to the gate on Ashford, right?
And probably look for my dog.
Okay. Now, when you parked the car, you went back inside, do you remember what you did next?
I went in the house. And either I made some phone calls, or I read, or I know I did some reading in that period of time. So maybe I was sort of watching TV and reading, or all the above.
Now, during this time, were you with anyone?
No.
When you said you made some phone calls, you mean the calls to Sydney and Christian?
Yeah, that may have been when that happened.
Okay.
And I don't even know if I did those back to back, but I know in that period of time I had spoke to them.
Had you ever put any shoes on at this point in time?
No.
Yeah, so when you went out to pull in the car and do all that, you had just socks on, right?
Yes.
When you took your socks off later in the evening, what did you do with them?
Put them in my hamper.
How long were you in the house before you went to get a burger?
I don't know.
Did you decide to go get a hamburger?
Yes.
Was it your suggestion
To myself?
to yourself?
No.
Was it your idea?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's a pretty funny question.
It is funny.
Yeah. Pardon me?
You decided to go get a hamburger?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
I think before I went upstairs to get my shoes, I noticed Cato had left the jacuzzi on. And I put it off, told him that he had to be careful with that. And be careful with that, with the jacuzzi. And because sometimes you think it's all the way off and it's not. Then I went back in, I went upstairs, I put on my shoes, I guess grabbed some money. And that's when I realized I really didn't have any change.
When you told Cato to be careful, did you do that in person?
Yes.
You saw the jacuzzi was on, and how did you go get Cato?
Walked.
Walk to his room?
Well, to the top. The jacuzzi's on the patio in his room. The other part of the patio, I walked and said, "Hey, Cato," because I could see him through his door. And
Was
he
the door
walked to
open?
the door. No.
He was in his room?
Yes.
You said, "Hey, Cato," what?
Because I wanted to talk to him.
Did he come out?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
Told him you have to be careful when you use the jacuzzi because when you think it's off, you got to look for the little bubbles because it's still on. You know, you turn off the blower, but you didn't turn off the other little jets.
Were you upset with him?
No.
And did you ask him to go to dinner with you?
No.
Then what did you do? You went upstairs and put your shoes on?
Put my shoes on, got some money, didn't have any change.
How much money did you get?
I don't know.
Where'd you get it from?
My vanity.
What were the smallest bills you had?
Once.
$1 bills?
Yeah.
What were you looking for in terms of change?
Enough to buy a burger. And then I thought about I would need some money for the sky cap.
Well, how much money did you have on your vanity?
I don't know. Maybe $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000.
On your vanity?
At that time, yes.
In all denominations?
No.
What did you have?
$100 bills.
In some $1 bills, right?
2 $1 bills.
The rest were all hundreds and higher? Or just hundreds?
Just hundreds.
Now, was some of this money underneath the sweater?
Not at this time, no.
All on the vanity?
At that point, yes.
And how long had it been there?
Probably since I've been back from the golf course.
And you had that money with you at the golf course?
Yes.
Did you win that money at the golf course?
I don't know if I won or lost that day.
When you came downstairs, then where did you go next?
I went and asked Cato if he had change. Did he have any? Could he break 100?
You went out to his room again?
Yeah.
And what did he say?
Well, he walked out the door and he said, I said, can you break 100 because I'm gonna go get a burger and I need some money for the sky cap.
What did he say?
He walked in, he said no, but then when he walked out, he gave me a $20 bill. But here, take this.
He said he didn't have change of 100.
Yeah, he said no, and then he handed me a 20.
What did you do?
I started walking and told him thank you. I started walking in the house.
And then what, did you go out to get the burger then?
Well, he asked if he can go, and I said sure. And we went and got the burger.
And what car did you drive?
Bentley.
Were you bothered by his going with you?
No.
Did you want to be alone?
No.
You didn't ask him to go, correct?
No, correct.
Okay. You left the Rockingham exit, is that right? Gate, I should say.
Yes.
And did you stop any place?
No.
You drove?
You mean other than stop signs? You mean make
Yeah.
a...
Did you make a stop anywhere, a destination stop anywhere along the way to the hamburger place?
No.
Where did you go?
To
which
McDonald's.
Which McDonald's?
It's on Santa Monica,
Santa Monica and what?
26th Street.
And you drove down which path, which route did you take to go there?
Rockingham to 26th Street to Santa Monica.
Rockingham, turn which way on 26th?
Left.
Left, and then what on Santa Monica?
Left.
Left.
Yes.
Is that the closest fast food restaurant?
I think so, yes. I don't know about fast food, I don't know, but certainly McDonald's, yes.
Is that the closest McDonald's to Rockingham?
I believe so, yes.
Is there one almost as close?
Yes.
Which one is that?
Up Wilshire near San Vicente.
You ever go to that McDonald's?
Yes.
You ever go to the one on, what, 26th Street, did you say?
Yeah, most of the time, yes.
Why did you choose the one on 26th Street this time?
Because in my mind, and I know for a fact now, it's closer. And it's the one I've always taken my kids to.
And when you say you know for a fact now, what do you mean by that?
I was bothered by something that was said in court. So I clocked, and I didn't think it was right, so I clocked it. So I went and clocked it with my mileage.
What was the result of clocking it?
The one that I went to was closer.
What were the distances?
I don't remember.
How much closer was it?
Not much, but it was closer.
Did you do any other clocking demonstrations
No,
after court, after you got out of jail, I should say?
no,
Like between Bundy and Rockingham?
no.
Okay. Was this a drive-through?
Yes,
Okay. Did you talk to anybody along the way besides Kaylin?
no,
Okay. And did you make any phone calls?
no,
Did you have a car phone there?
no.
When you went to the drive-in, did you order for both Kaylin and you?
I may have.
What did you have? What did you order?
I believe a Big Mac.
Anything else?
Maybe some French fries, but I don't remember.
Anything to drink?
No,
And what did Kaylin order?
I don't remember.
Did you pay for it?
No. I mean, I handed her the money, but it wasn't the 20 he had given me.
It was the 20 he had given you?
It was not the 20 he had
He
given
gave
me.
you the money for this?
Yes.
An additional 20?
Yes.
And you gave it to was it a man or a woman?
I believe it was a woman, but I'm not sure. I believe it was a Hispanic woman, but I'm not sure.
Had you seen her before?
No,
Okay. And how much did it cost?
I don't remember.
Did you receive any change?
Yes,
And what did you do with the change?
gave it to Cato.
How many bags did you receive?
One.
Okay. And when you got the bag, did you pull out?
No, he took it out and gave it to me.
You gave him the bag?
Yeah.
And then you drove off?
Yes,
And did you eat in the car?
yes.
Did he eat in the car?
Don't think so.
Did you eat your whole hamburger in the car while you were driving?
Yeah, I think it was done by the time I got home.
And what did you do with the bag?
I believe, because there was lettuce in my car and stuff.
In your Bentley?
Yeah,
How do you know?
because I picked it up.
When you got out?
Yeah.
What about the bag and the wrappers from your burger?
I think he kept the bag, and I just had the wrapper. So I either threw it in my garbage, which is right there, or took it in the house and threw it in the garbage,
Right where?
right by my Bentley.
Okay. And did you or did you not eat French fries?
I don't think so, but I might have.
And did you or did you not have a drink?
No, I didn't. I didn't order a drink, no.
What was the last time before this occasion that you and Cato went out for a burger together?
A burger?
Yeah.
I don't think we did.
What was the last time that you and Kaylin, before this occasion, went out to dinner together? Just the two of you?
Just the two of us?
Yes.
I don't think I ever had dinner with Cato, just the two of us.
Is this the first time the two of you had ever gone out to get something to eat?
No.
When had you done so before?
I think he brought his daughter the week before this with me and my kids. I was taking my kids to, I believe it was Sizzler, and he brought his daughter, and they came.
And when was the last time before that that you went out to eat with him and others?
I don't know, but maybe 6 months previous to that with Nicole, and we all may have eaten somewhere. I'm not 100% sure of that.
So this was the first time that you and Cato had ever gone out alone to get something to eat?
First time he had ever asked me to go with me, yes.
And you had never asked him, correct?
Never, no.
We know the answer to that. We know the answer to that. Did you talk to Cato on the way to and back from the burgers?
I'm sure we did.
Normal conversation?
I guess so.
Were you feeling so quiet?
Feeling,
I'm sorry, were you what?
Quiet? Feeling quiet?
I was feeling tired.
Did you talk much?
I don't recall, probably not, but I don't recall.
Less than you usually do?
I don't recall.
You don't recall anything you discussed?
No,
You don't recall how much you talked?
no,
Was Kalen annoying you?
no,
Was he making a lot of chit-chat that you weren't interested in hearing?
no.
Okay. Did he say anything?
I'm sure he did.
Did he say much?
I don't recall.
Was it relatively a quiet drive to and from?
It was just two guys driving. I don't know, whatever we were talking about, It may have been the basketball game.
Did he eat in the car?
I don't think so.
Now, when you got to the Bentley, when you drove in back to back to your house, you drove in on Ashford, right?
Yes.
And you pulled in your Bentley in its normal parking spot, right?
That's correct.
And then what did you do?
As I said, I got out, I picked up some lettuce, and I went in the house.
What did Kalen do?
I guess he went to his room.
And which way did Kalen get into his room?
The way he always does, I guess.
Around the property?
Yes.
To the left of it?
Yes.
And which way did you go in?
The front door.
Who went first?
What do you mean?
Who went inside first?
I couldn't see, so I couldn't tell.
It was dark?
No, there's a whole house between my door and his door, so I
Well,
can't tell.
When you were at the Bentley, was Cato waiting for you
I didn't
to
look
walk
to see.
together to the house?
I don't think so, because he was gone. And then I just heard him saying, hey, have a good trip or something, as he was evidently going around the house, but I really didn't see.
So when Cato was going around the house, were you heading towards your front door?
Yeah.
Okay, so the both of you had walked away from the Bentley.
Well, he had walked away, and I was getting the lettuce and the crap that had fallen out of my
Okay.
burger out, and then I walked to the front door.
Okay, by the
My
time
house.
you closed the door of the Bentley, finished scooping up the lettuce, was he already out of sight?
I don't think so, no.
So as you started heading towards the front door, he said something to you?
Yeah, have a good trip or something. I see you, man. You know, some mundane thing.
Did he kind of pause and wait to see if you would invite him in to eat his burger in the house with you?
I didn't see that, no.
And did you ask him to come in?
No,
Okay. Did Cato Kalen see you go in the house?
I don't know.
Was he in a position to see you enter the door?
I wouldn't know.
You don't know.
No,
By the time you entered the front door, he was already around the house?
I didn't see him, so I assumed he was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good stopping point.
Yeah. I think the circle's clear.
This concludes the deposition of
What'd you say?
Ron
Circle.
Simpson, volume 3.
Excuse me, guys, excuse me just a second, please.
And the time is approximately 1:50.